Hi, how are you? Hopefully everybody's doing fine. Do we have anybody in chat yet at all? Or am I on my own here? Just a second, I'm going to check if everything is actually live. Oops. I keep losing my chat window. Is anybody here, I wonder? That's weirdly quiet. No, it's absolutely fine. If it's quiet, it's quiet. I'll just crack on doing stuff. So let me see if I open the chat window. Oh, hi, hi. Hi, how are you? Oh, it was kind of confusing for a while. I had shuffled around my settings a bit, and we now have on-screen chat as well. Let me know if you like it or not. You might not, in which case I might eventually get rid of it. I have a young lady here as well, who might say hello if she feels like it. But she's too busy on her phone, so. You're watching the stream. Oh, I actually should go, I usually go and check if I'm live, but I kind of forgot to do that. I had last minute, like 3-year-old moment. The moment I started the stream, I was like, I need to go to the toilet now. Happy Saturday to you too. I know. One is trying. It is fancy, isn't it? I wasn't sure if I was going to manage it, but so far, so good. Fingers crossed it's going to work for us. Seems to be pretty well readable, I think, as long as you have decent enough size screen. I was looking for something that was like clean, white background, black text, so it'd be easy to read, and good font, that it wouldn't be too fussy. Oh, thank you, Ola, for the drink, by the way. Thanks. Are you going to make smoothie by any chance tonight? You won't? Or maybe you would plan a smoothie? If you don't mind? Because if you are planning smoothie, I wouldn't mind if you gave me some as well. I see, you're so good. Okay. No, you do have a choice. If you don't want to make a smoothie, don't. There's smoothie negotiations going on here behind the screens. You are an artist. That is true. She makes really nice smoothies, nice and thick and not overly sweetened. Oh. You have chat on both sides? How?
I think she might have the actual live chat pulled up and then also.
No, it's on the big screen TV. Or maybe you have the live chat.
And then also the on-screen.
And also the on-screen chat. Yeah, okay, yeah. That might be the case. You can, I think, disable the live chat on the big screen TV, but I don't know exactly how. I've never actually watched a stream on the big screen TV. So you have two on-screen chats, do you? Would you prefer me to take the chat off the screen? Because I can do that very easily. I can just hide it off the screen. I don't know. So anyway, hi Candace. Hi Chris, my baby boy. Who else is here? Oh, hi Wendy. Oh, hi Gail as well. See, I wasn't sure who was here and who wasn't. So the plan today, plans of course, don't always go exactly as expected, but you can live with two chats. Thank you, Chris. You're so kind. My chat looks better. I feel so proud. Oh, sorry. I don't have cough. And for some reason, I had a cough. Okay, so today's plan is this stuff that I actually got mostly because if I didn't have YouTube channel, I possibly would not have gotten it. I was mainly kind of curious how they would work and what they would be. Because I do have nice gouache already, but I've seen a lot of reviews of this stuff, but most of them have been Meeden sent to me kindly reviews, which I'm always at. That doesn't mean that they are lying to me, but people would be slightly, even subconsciously biased if they are reviewing stuff that, you know, a company sent to them. And Maya, I think, was the only one who actually bought the stuff herself, and she liked it. So that's one of the reasons I kind of was bold enough to go and try it. Chris, mine is really cool. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think it would be looking good on, you know, a bigger screen especially. I'm not sure how well it would work on the small screen. I haven't really tested myself. And if is it okay, like, or are you looking on the screen, you can read it, yeah? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's great. So you don't have to have, I think you have more screen space that way. It doesn't squash it together for the live chat. Do you know what I mean? So that's why I thought it might be beneficial to have the live chat on the screen, actually. which was a bit of an adventure, let me tell you. Me figuring it out in OBS. Oh. Oh. So yeah, this stuff. I keep getting distracted by our new and wonderful and shiny chat. So yeah, this is 48 colors, and my first impressions, and I mostly from the sweatshirt and from the very little use I have done, and I make very little so far, was like, it's okay. Like, okay. It's not as opaque as I would like from the gouache, but then again, you know, it is a budget gouache. And it doesn't lay as smooth as some of but that might purely be just my application because, as I said, not an expert in gouache. So I made myself a hefty palette of them because it's, at least in video, easier to work that way. Let me find it. Here we are. Thing is chunky. Looks like you'll be adding meat into your wish list. Well, I would not necessarily do it yet because this video is me essentially kind of figuring out if I'm liking it or not. So, you know, before you go and put anything onto your wish list, let's see what the results are. It does have a lot of colors, though, in convenience-wise, and it is super cheap. That's one of the main things I kind of decided to try it out, because it is cheap, and if it's worth it, if it's anyway usable, why I'm kind of trying to do gouache lately a bit more is that unlike watercolor, because it's viscosity, it doesn't go through on the papers that don't like water much. You can still, if you work wisely, get away with using gouache because of the viscosity of it. You never go quite as thin as you go with watercolor also. You don't use as much water. Oh, hi! How are you? How are you, Andrea? Yeah, so some colors are more opaque than others. And of course, dark colors, they're not necessarily more opaque. It's just they're dark, so you can't see the lines so well. But they also went down the most uneven here. So I don't know. Let's see what's going to happen here. I think my daughter went downstairs. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought she went downstairs and then suddenly hand came from my left-hand side and I almost got a heart attack. You're trying to kill me, are you? Is that your plan today? Oh, jeez. Oh, Oh, hi, Emma. How are you? My daughter is trying to give me a heart attack. That's nothing new, really. It's a kind of a daily occurrence in this household. Okay, I need a slightly bigger brush. This one is going to be more of a detail, so I need something a bit bigger. So let me look for something. I don't really like... Oh, maybe that one. It's very soft, that one, though. Maybe that. The gouache too soft is not really good because you have the paint itself is a bit heavier, so you need a bit of a body in a brush to be able to move it around smoothly. Don't murder your mother, there are too many witnesses.
Damn it.
You say it, Chris. See? Never mind that you should maybe not murder your mother at all. Andrea is struggling with headache, but not even that could me stop enjoying a date night with my favorite people. Oh, Andrea, glad to see you here. Sorry about the headache. Have you taken ibuprofen? Have you taken ibuprofen? Andrea has a headache, and I'm like, have you taken ibuprofen? I believe in ibuprofen. Emma, it's okay. My daughter tried to kill me by launching a hot water bottle at my face. Well, that's a bit worse than appearing behind me suddenly. On purpose or accidentally? Is the question. Hmm?
Was it open?
Was it open? It's a whole other question. How are you, Annika? And how's everyone doing? I'm having a day where everything hurts. It's like I somehow twisted myself and the whole body somehow hurts. It's very annoying. In case, you were doubting or, you had a question about it. It is annoying. Okay, so we're going to wet the stuff here a bit because now I've let it dry a bit so I can actually move that palette around. So where's my spray bottle? Hey, spray bottle. Okay, things keep disappearing. And somehow my charger was once again twisted up and disconnected from the... Okay, I'm gonna do the spraying here just to soften the surface a bit. You kind of want it pretty moist. I like those spray bottles. They're kind of like fine mist bottles, so you don't have the slurpy spray. Okay, so that's true. Oh, hi, Wonderbrooks. How are you? Oops, did I just close OBS? Sorry, it disappeared off my screen. Oh, we're back. Excuse me. Now I have a cough, okay? Out of the blue. Did you take ibuprofen? Andrea, it's a chronic migraine. Yeah, ibuprofen won't cut it. You have special meds, yeah. But I also just started my first ever HRT patch today, so I'm thinking it's what is HRT patch? What is that?
Sounds really familiar.
I'm so sorry. No, even Ola doesn't know, and that's something. She's usually smarter than me in those things. I don't know what HRT patch is. I'm sorry if I sound dumb. That's if I sound dumb, that's because I am.
It's a hormone replacement therapy.
Okay, who's got the voodoo doll on Annika? That actually might explain it. It's like I ache. Like I somehow twisted the whole body. My ribs ache in like a weird spot, and there's a pain in my neck in a weird spot. And I'm just feeling like I'm falling apart piece by piece. Then again, nothing new there. About time. Oh, hormones, especially estrogen. Oh, it's something to do with hormone.
Hormone replacement therapy.
Okay, is that something to do with, is it something to do with birth control or menopause? Sorry, okay. I'm prying too deep into people's private medical issues here. But I was like, huh? Who? Where? Yeah, did I say hi, Vanderbrook? So if I didn't, hi Cindy, how are you? I hope you're doing fine. How's all the babies? Or are there babies yet? Have you tried what? Sumatriptan glitter? It's way better than rubbish ibuprofen. Okay. I see we even share our struggles here. Yeah, of course we do. That's why we're all here for each other. HRT will trigger a migraine. Okay, now, see. I knew that there was somebody wiser than me who would know something about it. It's my struggle with perimenopause. Okay. Yeah, mine is terrible. Terrible. But I don't really want to the patches much either, so maybe I should. What about that smoothie?
No?
You don't have to do it now. Are you going to be playing here, yeah?
Possibly.
Okay. I'd say she's going to do... What are you going to be playing?
Animal Crossing.
Animal Crossing, of course. Of course she is. So, let us see if we're going to make something like really bright here. So I want the stuff around that leprechaun basket to be pretty bright. Oh, by the way, in case you were unsure why I am doing this weird image, it's because it's Paddy's Day soon, and clearly we have to celebrate it somehow. I'm making it pretty watery at first, because with gouache, you move watery layers first, and then thicker and thicker as you go on. This brush is too soft again. I like kind of a more bouncy brushes for gouache. I'll see if I can work it, but I'm at the moment not liking the brush much. Amy, yes, I have a premature menopause, so I've been on the hormone train a long time. Oh, hormone replacement. Since I don't have my own. Still getting periods at 46. I get migraines when I'm on my... Mine is at the moment just coming and going. Coming, going. Coming, going. So I might put that really bright one around here. No, I don't like that brush at all. It's too soft. I don't have much control. I might have to replace it. But you can see how it's kind of going down a little bit streaky. Is it just me? This is at the moment, I'm just putting down kind of fairly bright base. Oh, I didn't mean to go over the clover. I can always put pink on top afterwards. It's gouache. I keep forgetting that it's opaque and I can put other colors on top, even if you go inside the line somewhere. You're going to be able to figure it out and cover it up very easily later. As long as you let it dry, though, you need to give your gouache time to dry. Andrea, thank you for everyone for the kind responses. Sorry if I don't respond to all, but it's my... Oh no, Andrea, do not worry about it at all. I hope you at least, I don't know, close the curtains. I think light, well, for me anyway, for my headaches, it's like major issue. Just take it easy. We're here. If you feel up for it, you can always type something into the chat. Okay. Essentially, I'm going to make everything now bright green on this side, and I really did pick a wrong brush. I probably will put the first layer down with that one, and then I need to find a different brush. So what I'm saying, like too soft of a brush with gouache doesn't really work well. This one would be nice with watercolor because it's very kind of soft and squashy. Emma, and my ferret bear was run over and killed yesterday. It's been a really, really Oh, I'm sorry, Emma. How did she get out? Like, I wouldn't presume that your ferret was running around outside freely. So I must have gotten out somehow. I'm so sorry. It's terrible. God, I still remember when Shen got hit by a car. That was now years and years ago. It was terrible. The drama and trauma of it for everybody. Oh, wouldn't want to go through that again. Oh, Wonderbrooks, you lost your husband's laptop last week. I'm so sorry. It does seem to be a rubbish year so far. What's the family? I'm quite devastated. He was only a ferret. There's no such thing as only. You know? If whoever says that, just no, ignore them. I bet you it's something that somebody said, only a ferret. There's no such thing as only a ferret. It was a living being that you cared for. So at the moment, I'm working in really, really watery consistency. It's almost like watercolor. Taking a little bit of that darker stuff as well and diluting it into I know that these are kind of toxic greens, but it's not going to stay like that. I'm just going to do the bottom layer here. Really, really glowy red. And then I'm going to go darker and darker and darker. Emma, he escaped. It's the time of year when they look for lady ferrets. Oh, okay. Yeah, pretty much nothing keeps them in. I really know only with pets. Exactly. There's no such thing. And even if it isn't a pet, do you know? If it's, you know, a deer somebody run over, you know? It was a living being. There's no such thing as only a deer either, do you know? Chris, I'm so sorry for everyone's pet losses. Oh, yeah. To me, pets are your children. Exactly, so I know how much that hurts. They're part of your family. When we got Shen, I don't even remember how long time it, like how many years ago it exactly was, but it's been a long time. Cindy, did you say you had this strange pain in your shoulder? I've had a strange pain there for the last 2 months. I've had ultrasounds, x-rays, and so many heart tests, and they still don't know what. Not the shoulder, it's kind of like a neck, bottom of the neck on one side, and then I have like almost, it doesn't feel like, it feels like a muscle pain almost, the kind of bottom of my rib cage and side of, you know, my stomach. I was like, oh, I don't know what's going on, weirdness. It might have been that I just twisted myself weirdly, you know, and it is actually some sort of a muscle disturbance. Just putting down bright green everywhere. I should really try to avoid those clover blossoms, but hey. Emma, all my pets, including the cats, are on going out ban. I lost my cat Yuki to a road accident. Yeah, I remember that. And I can't face another loss. Oh, they drive dangerously around here. Yeah. You've told to me about some driving traditions and car-related traditions in your area before, and that does not sound great. Okay. You can see how it tends to kind of go down a bit patchy. That might be just because I'm not very well versed in this particular gouache, and that I'm working so thin with it at the moment. You can, because this paper takes water super well, so I'm not trying to be super conservative with water. So I like to have this thin base underneath things before I go and start putting in textures and stuff with gouache anyway. And if I go over on the sides, I don't care either, because I plan to give it, I don't want to leave it white. I'd probably give it some dark background, probably acrylics or acrylic marker or something like that, but that's not something I'm going to do on the live stream. Definitely not. And if there are textures, it doesn't really matter, because I will put in more textures. It's going to be all about texture. Wonderbrook, Cindy, do you have your gallbladder still? Okay. Emma, I woke up to my other ferret princess asleep with her head sticking out of the top of the duvet like a tiny stinky hairy human. I was going to remove her, but I don't think I can. Aww. Wonderbrooks, when I had mine out, my shoulder pain went away. Okay. The surgeon said it was common. Okay. Chris, I'm not sure why, but here in California, ferrets are not allowed. It's illegal to own any. At least it was the law. Maybe it's changed. I'm actually surprised that you know that. That means that you somehow came across or were interested in owning a ferret. Because I wouldn't honestly know here if owning ferret is allowed or not. Because I never really came across, anybody with them. Hmm? Well, as a pets, we might. Oh, that might be because they're not native to California, and they're afraid that people will release them and they will damage wildlife and can never take over. Because that has happened with quite a few species, The likes of different types of squirrels and stuff.
Yeah, you can own ferrets.
You can own ferrets in Ireland.
They have to be at least 8 weeks old.
They have to be at least 8 weeks old.
Yeah.
So where do I get 8 weeks old? You can't own them if they're... That actually doesn't make any sense. You can't own a ferret if it's under 8 weeks old, but after 8 weeks you can own it. So who owns the under 8-week ferrets? Where do they come from? They're like nobodies? What? Oh, Melinda, hi. How are you?
You can only buy one or be sold or sell a ferret if it's over 8 weeks old.
Okay. Cindy, my house looks very hillbillish, and as all my verandas are closed in with chicken wire, so my cats can't get out. Andrea Annika page from last week turned out super. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I had fun with that one. It's pretty much the only page I've done this month as well, so better be decent. Oh. Oh, hi, Yana. No, sorry. Sorry. Oh, I missed the chat again. Wanda Brooks, is my husband has passed. I find I need my furry baby so much more now. Yeah, I can see. They are a company, aren't they? Yeah, I think it might be because of the invasive species thing, Emma, in California. I don't know. Because people also do stupid things like, oh, I don't want a ferret anymore. I'd release it into the wild. Which, A, is really cruel because that ferret is not adjusted really to live in the wild. And B, if it does, then it's not great for the wildlife around it if it's not a local species, which I'm not really, I don't really know exactly what I'm talking about here. I'm just guessing. Oh, hi, Adri, how are you? Emma, everyone in Ireland has ferrets. It's the law. Do we have a ferret?
Yeah.
It's a secret ferret.
Kind of blends in.
It blends in. Apparently, yeah, we do. I wouldn't really mind. Yeah, they're cute. I think the only reason we don't have like house full of weird pets is that my husband would get a heart attack or some other attack. His baby between me and my daughter, and possibly my son as well. He he can cope with the dog, possibly. One. And possibly a cat as well, because his parents did have a cat, But he's certainly not as animal mad as I am. And marriage, my dears, it's all about compromises. Okay. Yeah, and this is a fairly new St. Patrick's page, so not everybody has done that yet. Since it's from Aries' new book, it just came out, but I betcha you're going to have about, 15 million versions of it on Instagram, if there's not already loads of them there, because I don't really follow Insta as much as I would like to, because Insta is such a time commitment. You sit there and before you know,
I spent so
like,
much time on Instagram today. Like
2.5 or 3 hours are gone. It's like, where? How? Nothing got done today. I've been on Instagram. Yeah, so I just can't afford that a time commitment always, which is like bummer because there's so much happening there and so many fun pages that you kind of miss out, but I literally can't afford all that time. I go there, but I really try to limit myself somewhat, so I don't stay there too long. But if you forget about it, poof, the day is gone and all I've done is to scroll. And if you get caught in the reels, it's even worse, because then you just watch reel after reel after reel. Chris, I think they're adorable, and so when I was looking into getting one, I found out I could not, because no one sells them here, at least not above the table. You can get under the table ferrets. Illegal under the table ferrets. I'm sorry.
And it was just a phrase from the cat.
I'm sorry. It's probably not funny, but oh, Adric, learning a lot about ferrets. Emma, yeah, I need a husband to tell me, no, Emma, you don't need 20 ferrets. Most of the pets in this house have happened because I've just said, oh, by the way, we're going to pick up that dog, or, that dog is going to be picked up brought to us tonight after 7. I was like, oh, well, okay.
The donkey called Gary.
What? Oh, the donkey called Garen? Who?
Emma said, when I win the lottery, I'll have a big house with lots of ferrets, Floss, Gizmo, my cats, and a donkey called Gary.
That is a dream to stick by. Really, it is. That would be so awesome. I would visit you in that house. Possibly, I'd move in with you to that house. That would be so much fun. Oh, and we also need regular maid service, okay? Because, if you won a lottery, you might as well have somebody else tidy up after the animals. Vanderbrooks, after this video, Chris is going to Dark Alley to buy his ferrets. I can just imagine. Very film noir moment. Trench coats and hats. Cigar. And very kind of a raspy voice. Do you have a ferret for me? That would be hilarious. Chris, no, I'm not going to buy a ferret. I'm the one that if they caught me with a ferret, they would throw in prison for 30 years, just to make an example. 30 years for ferret ownership. Sounds a bit harsh, but I'm not really that familiar with US laws, quite possibly looking at the stuff that is going at the moment. I would not be heavily surprised. That brush, I hate it. Okay? It's not, no. It's too soft. It's really nice, and it's a travel one, so the top comes off and you can put it into your... Do you want it?
Sure.
Okay, that brush found a new home. I'm looking for another brush that isn't as soft. Like all I like vacuum cleaner, anything that I drop, it gets picked up on that side. Today's conversation is hilarious. It's all started with the tragedies, so I'm very sorry, Emma, about your ferret. Honest to God, we did not mean to make a joke out of it, but then it just became its own thing. And we are talking about the wonderful world where you could have like million ferrets in your house and your donkey called Gary. Melinda was laughing so hard I almost spit out my coffee. Yeah. This is what happened, by the way. This is not that unusual here. We get a bit carried away and very little actual coloring gets done, but yeah, that's also shouldn't be surprised here. Emma, call me Chris, it'll be okay. A ferret would kick Ice's ass. Gail, we'll all visit you in jail. Chris, don't worry. Hi, Patricia, how are you? We're having great fun here.
We'll start the free Chris movement.
We'll start a free Chris movement. Who said that?
Me.
Oh, all I said, we'll start free Chris movement. With banners and online campaigns and everything. You'll be famous, Chris. Like those YouTube ads when they're telling about awful things that happen to journalists in certain countries. We'll have the same thing about Chris with the ferret ownership. Free Chris. Okay. Okay, it seems to be a little bit better, but not much. What is going on today? Is it just me being super cranky and super picky about my brushes? Will you bake me a cake with a big file in it? I think we're still imagining those prisons that are like in ancient castle with bars in the wall. I don't think they make like those anymore.
I was confused that you meant by file until I realized.
It's a file to do the, you know, the drill or the
Like a paper file.
paper file.
You wanted
All I was wondering
the file
about.
on one, and you read out loud, and I was like, oh.
All I thought that we're talking about paper file, you know, like documents. Baking into the cake. Oh my god, I'm laughing too much. I'm actually getting a bit headachy from it. Oh, okay. Why are you in jail for 30 years? For a ferret. Emma, I love it. Barry was a clown, so I'm glad he's making people laugh. Oh, thank you, Emma. I really hope we're not putting salt onto your wounds here. This is not our intention. Free Chris. Hashtag free Chris. Gail, I'll be in that kitchen baking cakes like I've never baked before.
Do like a series of ferret coloring pages.
Oh yeah, and we could do a series of ferret coloring pages, you know, kind of like theme thing. Get different artists involved.
Charity live stream.
Charity live stream. I'm sorry. This is taking a life of its own now, that ferret thing. Sorry, I had to drink because I'm sort of choking a bit, laughing. My cheek hurts, says Wanda Brooks. I'm the same here. It'll be all over the news like Free Deirdre. Yes, exactly. That's the whole point. Come on, dry now. Dry. Okay, sorry if I just coughed into the microphone. I don't have a cough, okay? Contrary to popular belief and actual evidence of me coughing, I don't have a cough. Free me. Aging. We can do it, Annika. I'll stay up for 24 hours for that. Exactly. I would totally stay up 24 hours for that. I might collapse after that because, you know, okay, not as young as I used to be. I was able to be up like 48 hours in a row. No problem. In certain other years, decades of my life. But I don't think that's in books anymore nowadays. I'm already creaking. Emma, imagine asking someone like Christine Karen, who draws lovely pretty fairies, to draw a stinky old ferret. Nothing stinky about ferrets. They're very cute. And I'm sure if Christine Karen would draw a ferret, it would be a pretty ferret, okay? Ferret. I'm getting a bit ferret. Chris, you guys make me feel... Because you are. I know I never get in trouble. Exactly. We will do Free Chris movement campaign. Excuse me. This is now getting silly. Okay. Breathe in, breathe out. Let's do her pants. What color are we doing her pants? Maybe do something fairly like, I thought maybe vest could be bright green, but maybe pants then do something neutral. Bloody Deirdre again. No, I'm laughing. That was ridiculous. Okay. So I'm taking some of that, whatever color it is, because if you think I actually know which color is which here, You'd be wrong. I just squeezed them out in random order. Hi, Kimberly, how are you? You missed the ferret campaign. Trust me, it's been fun here. So here I'm now. Oh, this is so much better. Okay, these are the Neo Sable brushes. It feels so much nicer with the gouache than anything else I've tried here before. Just needs a bit of a firmer brush. You need a bit of more control. And the other ones were just too soft for the heaviness of gouache. So I'm essentially at the moment drawing in with dark. This is my lazy way of working with gouache. Brown if you're doing green. Exactly, Adria, yeah. Emma, I remember seeing Jasmine Beckett Griffiths drew some ferrets with wings. If that was actually a thing, that would be the end of the life as we knew it. Ferrets with wings, yes, that probably not a good idea. Nature was quite wise not to allow that. So I'm putting that. And the beauty of gouache is that even if you put it down especially if you put it down fair thick like this, I'm not super doing super thin layer here. So I'm putting it down in a fairly thick layer, but it's super easy then afterwards to, even if it's dried, you can still blend stuff into it. Let's do that. So I'm just drawing shadows in now, and then I'm starting to put in gradually lighter tones. And it's actually, not when I'm doing it on the live stream, because everything seems super slow here because I get constantly distracted. But it's actually quite a fast method if I'm just sitting here on my own and drawing those shadows down. It goes super fast. I don't know if I can find that. I just stuck my hand into something. There was a piece of... No, I can't find it at the moment. I kind of tested how fast I can do just very quick skin. I can find it in a minute. I'll do the creases on her pants first. Does the stiffer brush leave brushstroke lines? Not the way I am working with this one at the moment, because I'm working in more kind of like thinner lines. And to be honest, the softer one, actually, you can see yourself, I feel that it went down kind of patchier with the softer one that I would have been able to achieve with a stiffer one. I don't know. I'm still figuring things out myself, and every gouache is slightly different as well. This one isn't exactly the same as some other ones that I'm more used to. I need to work a little bit harder with the budget ones, because the coverage and the evenness of the dispersion of the pigment isn't quite the same as it would be, for example, for Linnell or Shinhan or Holbein or whatever. These ones are just a little bit easier. They're also quite a lot more expensive, so... Okay, and there's this bit here, which I need to actually... Okay, do I have black? Black. Mix a little bit of black into that brown.
Oh, Jackie.
Oh, hi, Jackie. Hi. Thank you, Ola, for letting me know. I got carried away and didn't see you. Hi. Hope you're fine. Oh. Andrea, I spent this morning watching your older videos. Oh, and my whole Any Day book. Okay, I totally wish you call it those pages as a color-long series. Well, thank you. I had quite a lot of fun with that book, but I'm at the moment Any Day out. I want to go back to that book eventually, but I think I did just too many pages with the same character, and I tend to get this almost attention deficit thing with pages, with the stuff like this. I can't do the same thing too many times over. I need to take a break, and I'm on a long break from that book. Here I just mixed some black into the brown. There's different ways to darken browns. You can put in dark blues as well if you don't have black or whatever. And often people who are more professional would tell you to do that. But that's a really easy and fast way to get good dark shadow. Okay, where's my piece of tissue that just was in my... Okay, here. Yeah. Jackie, there's a bit going on health-wise, hanging in there best I can. Oh, I know. I saw your message. I was like, I wish they would get their move on, the doctors, and figure things out. Oh, hi. Hi, Em. How are you? Okie doke. So, we're not going to make the jacket match exactly the pants, because, you know, that's just not the sort of a person I'm depicting here. She's a bit chaotic and fun. So I will now take a little bit of white here. It's a nice soft white, and I'm going to mix things. I need a bit more water. It needs to be kind of, I don't know, creamy consistency, like a bit of a sour creamy vibe. That might be a bit too dark, but I want some bits of it darker, some bits of it lighter, so I can gradually move the color. Underbrooks, one day at a time, sometimes 1 hour at a time when it comes to health matters. Yes, it does seem to be a long, long run. I hope they're going to figure it out and that they're able to properly help you, you know, actually get things moving for you. Because you've been struggling with that for a long time now. So anyway, you're in my thoughts, Jackie. Jackie, I'm excited to watch your gouache demo. I haven't touched mine again yet. But you did so well. You know, the gouache you did. So I'm putting that slightly lighter one, but now super opaque one, because I put some white into it. Just in some areas next to the pure dark color, and I need to put more water into it because it was too gloopy. Like, it needs to be able to move. And Jackie, it's not a tutorial, it's me trying to figure out Meeden gouache. Because I wouldn't consider myself a gouache expert by any means. It's a medium I am still very much learning. Okay, so I'm giving a little bit more here to the sides. And now I need to get lighter color. Just putting it to the side here. And if it looks a bit rough at first, you can either leave it painterly or go back afterwards and blend things a bit, but I'll get to that in a minute. Okay, and now I need much lighter than that, so I'm essentially... Oops, I took too much white. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. you playing a demo for the rest of us. Oh, I wish I was better at that. Thank you, Jackie. One does try. So I did super rough here at the moment. You can see I'm just putting essentially shapes down. I don't know, like it depends on the gouache how it's going to work out now a bit as well, okay? But we'll see if I can blend it out, because with a good gouache, you can do that sort of a rough application and then go back and blend it out properly. So we'll see if I can do that with this one. It might be that I have to overpaint everything. I will definitely need to put more texture in here. On this side, I have too little going on. Okay. And now I'm rinsing my brush and I'm wiping it through like this so it will be damp, but not like super wet. Okay, I need to go back and do it again. I started in the wrong spot. So I brushed it again and I leave it damp. And then I'm starting in the darkest area and very gently moving into the lighter area. Like this. And you in between kind of keep cleaning it if it starts feeling kind of streaky or don't like it. With this method, like don't look pencil results with this one. You will have this kind of a painterly effect more so. You will have more texture, but I think that's actually adding to the look as opposed to taking away. And then you just manipulate the paint, but you have to make sure that your brush isn't wet. It needs to be just damp. And if it gets too loaded with the paint you're manipulating here, then you just go back into the tub and rinse it and just kind of rinse, dab into your cloth, or in my case at the moment, kitchen paper, and then just keep manipulating the paint around until it does what you want it to do. And I like it with a bit of a texture. I will also put in, when it dries a little bit, once you get the main outlines down like this, you need to wait until it's dry to put any other layers down, because I would like to add some color variations there and put in a bit like some ochreish tones, or maybe some little moss green, little streaks or little patches, so it would be more interesting looking. But the shape and the kind of shadows, oops, I didn't dry it. If you don't kind of dab the excess moisture off, you're just going to get the gouache here too wet, and you're essentially going to move it, like, take it away from paper. So the goal is to have a damp brush, so you can move it around, but you don't take it off the page. Takes a bit of practice, and I'm, as you can see, still learning. Yeah, that's the thing with gouache. You can get pretty smooth results, but you need to then kind of embrace the layering. You work in essentially from thin layer to fairly thin layer, kind of, layer, and then eventually at the end, you do the kind of a thicker paint application. But I think with gouache, the half of the fun is that it looks more painterly. Do you know what I mean? And you can put, if you do it in fairly thin layers, if you don't apply it too thickly, you can go with pencils on top with gouache as well. It's a matte surface. It won't be the same as paper, obviously. Also, always keep in mind that everything in gouache, everything that is dark will dry lighter, and everything that is light will dry slightly darker. So the contrasts that look really harsh at first on the paper will actually even itself almost out slightly. Here, I felt that, okay. And anytime I go in with pencils to do some blending, I go into the water tub first. Now, can you see now what I was doing? We don't have those good shops. What good shops?
Target and Walmart.
Okay. What? I'm missing some of the parts of the conversation now.
What are you missing?
What were they buying from Walmart?
Brushes.
Oh, brushes. These brushes.
Yeah.
The Neo Sable. I think Amazon US has them as well, possibly.
Oh, wait.
They might have them. They're Pentel Neo Sable brushes.
So Gail said she put them in her basket last week, but they were out of stock, so she went to buy. But no, she went to buy them today, and they were out of stock, and she cried.
Aww.
And then Chris was like, "Oh, have you checked like Walmart or Target?" She's like, "No, we don't have those."
Yeah, the place that I found them is when I ordered stuff from Amazon Japan. And the only reason I did find these ones, it really is nice for gouache though. It's kind of like perfect spring and perfect strength and bristles for gouache. It really moves gouache nicely. You could see like I was able to move it pretty nicely. And if now when it dries and you have some harsher edges here and there, you can just go in gently, dampen it again very, 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 very slightly, and then you can but leave some textures in. Honestly, I think it's kind of cooler when it has some texture. And you can put, as I said, some you can see I'm essentially creating two stripes. There's a very dark stripe which was like shadow of the kind of puffy pants here. Then I'm putting, I took the wrong consistency, lighter stripe underneath it. I am cleaning my brush. I am taking the lightest color that I have here, or the lightest version of that color. And here we go. And here we go. But for moving around paint like that and doing like blending on the page like that, it can't be too watery. It needs to have some body to it. And now I'm going to that dark area. Okay, it was too wet, so I tried it a bit more. Going gently over it and gently moving like this downwards. And I keep wiping off the paint as well if I feel like it's the brush is loaded too heavily with a too dark of a color. And I'm moving into the lighter one. And there we go. That's pretty much clean enough. And do I have enough moisture on my brush? Yes, I do. So I'm very gently kind of activating it, almost tapping on it, and then coming downwards from the dark one. That's one way. There's so many ways of working with gouache. This is just kind of one of them. But I find it gives pretty fast results because there's not much. You could leave it like this, but I do like to give it some extra colors in it and stuff. Just a second, I'm going to find the thing I was looking for. Okay, in this book last night I was kind of testing, if I just wanted to do a face very quickly, like, to that level of shading here, how long it would take me. And this was from dried gouache once again. And that took me maybe 4 minutes. Less than 5 anyway. The whole kind of cheeks, the shading of the face, the base cover as well. So it can be, if you work in fairly loose layers and, kind of blend it out on the paper, it can be a very fast medium. when working in layers, I guessing still work light to dark. No, actually, layers wise, sometimes it's a good idea to take mid-tone. Do the mid-tone and then start doing the shadows and then put in the highlights at the very end with the thickest consistency. That would work, really well. Like mid-tone, but let the layers dry in between if you work in layers, because if you try to put them on each other, the same as you would essentially with watercolor, you need to but the difference is that gouache dries much faster, so you don't have that really long waiting time for the drying the layers in between. If you put down gouache, the sensible kind of like this is bone dry now, I could go on top of it, no problem. This here, I left some pool of water, which was my own fault, but other than that, this is all dry. Chris said, okay. Thank you for explaining. Ola is great.
Yes.
Does anyone use the Faber-Castell pastel pencil set for coloring? I did a vintage thing again today. Someone was selling the full set for a good price, so that was my excuse. Faber-Castell pastel pencils? Oh, you mean Pitt? Is it the Pitt pencils, yeah? No. Oh, but I've seen somebody who's doing it. Oh, I saw them on Insta quite recently, and they did some amazing work. Oh, and they were using pastel pencils as well. They use pan pastels often for basically doing the blending out of dark shadows instead of doing it in pencils. They would put like dark pencil down fairly roughly, and then they would use pan pastel to essentially create soft gradient from them. It was really cool looking. Oh gosh. And they use Pitt pencils in some of the works as well, but who was it? I think they have their own coloring book as well, something like Blossom. It's an actual coloring book artist, but they do also awesome coloring videos, little reels like on Insta. It might have been Annie Ray's. Chris, those pants look awesome. They make them true. But yeah, they're, it could be, I could, if I really worked hard, I could get, for example, this smoother. I could go back in and have a smooth out, if I feel that some of the air is a bit too rough. But also, I think it looks really cool, like leave them alone at the moment. And I would, are they dry? Actually, it's dry, okay? So, let's say I want to put some extra little color variations in. So I have this kind of a more yellowish beigey color here. So I'm brushing that in, almost dry brushing in here and there. I need to get into the consistency. But you need to be careful that you don't kind of just take off the paint underneath. So you brush in some color here and there. And if it's a bit rough in some places, you can just, once again with the lamp brush, kind of soften the edges. And if it looks like at first rough, it became a lot lighter here. Wait until it dries, because it might actually even out. It's just the difference of how the paint looks when it's dry to when it's wet. There's a big color shift in gouache. That is just something you need to kind of get used to when you're doing coloring with gouache, is that there is a color shift. There is not the color shift, but the strength, the value shift, that things, dry a lot lighter or a lot darker than you think. I think Ola went downstairs to make a smoothie. Happy days! Isn't it great to have a daughter? I'm so lucky. I haven't used pastel pencils, okay. Annie Ray's, yes. But she has, in some of her videos, used Pitt pastel, the Pitt pencils as well, the pastel pencils from Faber-Castell. I am pretty sure of it. You might want to check out her reels. You know, I've seen her doing similar stuff with pit pencils. I think you need a bit of a texture for that pastel chalk pencils, but worth trying. Yes, but you know, if you, for example, if you really want to work with the pit pencils or pastel pencils, what I would do, you know, in coloring books, you don't really have a choice of having really good pastel pencil paper, but thin layer of things like, I don't know, matte medium or satin glazing or something like this will give your paper that tooth. So you might try that if you want to, you know, kind of try with them. Andrea, she's the reason I bought them. The full set was 40, so I thought it would rude not to. Yeah, if the full set was 40 of pit pastel pencils, I'd buy it as well, because I've never actually tried. This would be one of those cases that I just want to try them out, because I've never really colored ever with pastel pencils. So anything I'm saying here is absolute rubbish, because I don't have any experience, and if I try to give any tips about that, don't believe me, okay? I don't have a clue. Don't let me be dishonest or kind of, you know, spread knowledge that I don't actually have. Okay, where am I? Bum bum. Just a second. I'm getting my chicks here lined up. Okay. I need some water. Pretty bad. Okay. So this toxic green is not going to stay there. Well, it's going to stay underneath in some highlights. But here I just pretty much put it underneath to have something, so I wouldn't be doing stuff on a paper that is sorry, on a kind of a white paper. I just like to take away white of the paper often, especially if I'm working with, you know, with the gouache specifically. I like to take the white of the paper away. Jackie, I'm excited to play with my gouache paints again now. Oh, that's great. Is this fresh gouache or dry, and does it matter? Yes, it does matter, but not as much as you think. In coloring books, the way I'm working, I like working with fresh gouache, okay, but you don't have to. You don't need to go with as thick layers as artists often go. I squeezed these into the palette some weeks ago, but this palette kind of, because it has that kind of a silicone seal here, let me see, there's in the lid, there's this kind of a silicone seal. So at first when I closed it, it wouldn't dry at all, and I wanted them to dry a little bit. So I kind of left it open for a day to have at least, you know, kind of this. So they still, you know, the top layer, and they slightly hardened, and then I closed it, and now they're still like, you know, they're still kind of a soft. They're not rock hard. If they go totally dry, that's also fine. They're pretty easy to wake up. As long as you give them plenty of kind of moisture and water. Just take into account that if they really dry, they will crack. That's nothing wrong with them. There's, you know, they haven't gone bad, but they do crack if you squeeze them out. It's just the, no, that's what gouache does. I haven't really seen many gouaches that don't do that. They do crack when it dries, but you can totally you can never wake it up to the same level of opacity that the fresh gouache has. So, you know, if you want some really strong fresh details, then you know, have some of it. Never squeeze out all of your tube someplace. Leave some in your tube in case you need that fresh, really strong value. But other than that, you can, especially in coloring books, that is totally fine. Okie doke. So, let me see. Maybe I should put a little bit of like I want some kind of a greenish tone, almost like but mossy greenish tone on the pants as well, like tiny bit, just a little bit of a interest. So I have this color here. I want to warm it up a little bit with maybe some ochre. It's a bit too dark as well, so. Do I have ochre? See, and this one is much drier, and you can see how it's kind of cracking here as well, and that's perfectly fine. If it gets like that, just put some water underneath. If it gets loose like this in a pan, just put some water here underneath it, and it'll stick to the... Oh, thank you! Guess what I write? Oh, that's so nice. What did you put in it?
Strawberry, cherry, orange juice, and a little bit of carrot.
So nice. Love it. Oh, hi, Sparky Smurf. Hairspray. Okay, now we're talking about fixatives. All right. I've never tried hairspray, so I'm not participating in that conversation. Oh, hi, Amanda. I did not realize. Hi, Amanda. Sparky Smurf. That is a cute name, by the way. I have a brush in my mouth again. That's typically what happens. So, excuse me, I got distracted by the smoothie. As you do. I bet you would too. Okay, so now I need to lighten it a bit because it's, oh yeah, I wanted to put some ochre into it to kind of warm it up a bit. And then I'll probably put some, yeah, kind of a greenish, it's essentially kind of green gold color. And I'm going to take a little bit of white here as well. Kind of lighten it up and make it a bit more opaque. Always a good idea. And now I lightened it up too much, didn't I?
Chocolate chip.
What? What do you want to go? Where do you want to go, Torla?
Amanda says she's being distracted by chocolate cherry M&Ms.
Chocolate chip. Okay, let me see what's going on. I'm being distracted by chocolate cherry M&Ms. Ooh, that sounds like just in case. I've never tried that. That must not be available here. Okay, no, that one is actually close to what I want here. So where will I put it? I'm going to brush some in here and just make some random swipes with it, and then I'm going to tap my brush almost dry again, and I'm going to kind of work it in slightly. It's just a kind of interest. So it wouldn't be also uniformly bland brown. So we drop in some additional colors. Just so it wouldn't even kind of show that much, but it would give some interest for our eye.
I think they're like a Valentine's Day special.
Valentine's Day special thing?
Like all the packaging of the parts on it.
Okay. It does sound, you know, cherry, chocolate, you know. Jackie, I've been put on a low-carb diet. It's so boring, and I would kill for M&Ms. Low carb. That means what? No pasta, no bread, no... What can you have? Sorry, Jackie. I'm probably not helping. What can you have?
I love carbohydrates.
Hmm?
I love carbohydrates.
I know you love carbohydrates. That's pretty much the only thing you eat voluntarily. Yeah, I haven't heard about that flavor either, but Ola checked it online and she thinks it's kind of a Valentine's Day special thing. That all the packets seem to have love hearts on it. We might be wrong, but, you know.
You don't get that stuff here.
We don't get fancy stuff here. We just get boring old M&Ms. Jackie, it means none of the tasty nice food. Okay. Can you... Actually, I like a lot of foods that aren't necessarily considered the tasty foods. So it doesn't really mean much to me. Like, I love tofu, for example. Or fish and seafood of any sort and so on. So, okay. Let's start on the kind of the foliage here on the back and putting some textures in. Because otherwise... like with the regular gouache, it's very easy if I go very close. If I do the girl first, which, you know, probably shouldn't have done the pants even, it's always better to have backgrounds done first and move from the back forward, because it's very easy to reactivate anything. So if I go very close here or go into those brown pants now with dark greens, which I probably will do, then you're going to end up reactivating the brown and you're going to get mess there. So I don't want the girl to be all colored when I put the background in. It's just easier to work when you do the background first. Protein and veggies, which is okay but boring. Yeah, but that you can do cool stuff with it. Can you have like all the soy sauces and different kind of like oyster sauce and teriyaki, and can you have all of these? Because you can do loads of stuff with that flavor wise. Andrea, bless you. I used to love low carb. But since perimenopause, that's a no-go for me, because all I can think about these days is chocolate. All I can think is chocolate. Okay, now, let's start making that bush here a bit more textured. Adri, matcha and vanilla shake does sound yummy. No, the fairness, it genuinely does. I think the carrot actually adds a lot to it. It kind of adds the depth of flavor.
Yeah. Like usually, the juice I usually add, like the one with the beer on the front.
Yeah.
Has a lot of carrot in it, and I usually do like half that and half orange juice. But I don't have any of that juice.
So you just put carrots in, yeah. But it's lovely, you know, and you don't have any texture or anything. I think it's actually better, you know. A stronger flavor, really nice. I've heard you can freeze cherries and grapes and they taste like sweets. I can vouch that frozen cherries are nice, because we usually have them in the fridge. Freezer, not fridge. Sorry. For the smoothies.
Would be very frozen if they're in the fridge.
Yes, I know they wouldn't be frozen if they were in the fridge. You smart arse. That's why I corrected myself. Sauces that don't have too much sugar, artificial sweeteners are okay, but I can't tolerate them, unfortunately. Okay. Even carrots should be limited on a low carb. Yeah, because carrots are pretty sweet. I like all the greens, well, except onions, because I don't like onions. I can't eat onions, let's put it that way. I have texture thing going on. I don't mind the flavor, but I can't eat onions. Okay, so I'm taking that green, some of that here. I'm making a kind of a like mix of different greens here. Some of them brighter, some of them duller. I'm just putting a lot of them kind of down here in this area. So I can just kind of pick them randomly, but I have to work now a little bit actually getting some different colors down. And it's okay to let them mingle with previous colors because, you know, if you just get some brown into it, it's just going to mute it slightly so it wouldn't be as toxic. You know, like this green that you're getting here is kind of cool. Very light, muted version. I need some, did I take that one too? Because that's nice and dark. Yeah, that's nice and dark. Working that into that kind of a green gold or muddy green I made. Just have some different colors, yeah. Are the fruits okay, Jackie? Probably not. Not, you know, limited. Okay, you can have some. All veg grown above ground and all fruits ending in berry. That's actually a good description. It gives you a good idea. It is quite limiting, though. I do like my fruit, I have to say. Like, I would miss the fruit. I'm mixing some of that bright green in here as well to get some slightly brighter green tones here in the middle. Oh, damn it. I didn't pay attention and now I mixed that brown in as well. So we have a bit of a muted greenish tones here, so I need to bring more of you here. Okay, let's try now. I have something down. I'm checking. I do like a stir fry. I bet you will be sharing stir fry recipes in no time. Can you have rice noodles? You know, those really kind of thin rice noodles. I know that. That's still a carb, though, is it? Or konjac noodles. Those don't have any carbs in them, essentially. So I'm just putting in some textures here and there. And at first it's going to look like this, kind of pretty rough, let's be honest. It will look rough at the end as well because I'm not going to make it super even and super neat. It's literally what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a texture. Cocoa roast almonds are low in net carbs. Ooh, I love nuts, yeah. It depends if she can have nuts or if she likes nuts, though, you know? For me, nuts are a treat, but for some people, it's like, you know, something that they need to make themselves to eat. And then some people don't like them at all. Okay, so I'm bringing a little bit here as well and giving some extra texture, bringing it upwards. So I'm putting in now the darkest values first, and then I'm kind of slightly tapping or kind of texturizing them out with lighter values from there. And here I'm basically, just doing texture. But I keep basically, one of my goals is to kind of keep varying slightly the tones and shades of green, so it wouldn't look like super boring. Because there's a lot of green, obviously, in this image, so you kind of want to at least vary different versions of green. Now, I want to leave those clover leaves, at least here, pretty much untouched. But I want to put something like dark behind them. So I'm essentially, now for these ones, to kind of bring them out from the background, I am going to put, at the moment, just rough, pretty thick. I'm taking it direct here from the palette. Like this. I'm going to soften it out. Okay, it looks horrible at the moment, but, don't. And then you can also drop in some kind of like little leaves, like this, dots, into this area that you've already kind of put the texture into. And then there's, okay, I'm going to tap that out. And then here where you can kind of see like a stripe effect on these, which I don't like. So I'm going now with a damp brush again and just tapping it over it, so it would be just a bit more organic decision. And this is what we're going for at first. Okay, I might need to put some darker. Like I'm taking now basically directly the dark, full strength dark. And I had sprayed some water onto it. That's now absorbed into the surface, so it's fairly it's almost like fresh gouache. Let's put it that way. It's almost full strength. Now, let's put it that here, and now I am washing the brush, and I'm now going here, kind of doing a bit of a tapping, and then I'm wiping excess into my little towel piece, and I'm just doing tapping like this, and this gives me this texture all over the place, which from the distance looks like a foliage. And now I am slightly softening the edges of that really dark area around the clover leaf. But I want dark area there because I want those clover leaves really to come forward eventually. Otherwise they won't show, so there has to be darkness around them. I've gotten some paint into it, so I'm taking it kind of out from there. It can be cleaned. Okay, Jackie. Bacon is okay, but small amounts. Yeah, I'm guessing raised noodles. Okay, not all the time. I got low-carb bread at Aldi. It was like a brick. I would imagine it would be, yes. It's probably done with something like legumes, like some sort of a, bean-based or whatever, or nut-based thing. You also have gallstones that cause issues with some food. Oh, God. Coconut wraps are a good bread substitute. I haven't even heard of them. Huh. That actually sounds delicious. I had gallstones when I was 19. I had my gallbladder removed, Jackie. They can be so painful. Oh. Yeah. That's, I find, you know, if you want to go like textured, which I do like to go, I do love going textured, then gouache or very opaque watercolor are one of the easiest ways to do that. Let me find the Pinocchio. Like, hello, child.
Charger.
You want the charger? Okay, take it out of my phone. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, it wasn't my phone. It's okay, it's fine. And like this one here, which isn't as textured as I sometimes like to make it, but it was still kind of like, it's an opaque watercolor technically, but to me it almost feels like dry gouache. It's Chinese watercolor. And was so easy, and it's just, you know, it just came so fast and so smooth. And it was so much fun to put it down like this. The color variation then is just very permissive, I find. Okay, so, and let's go here. Let's have enough paint on our brush. And we're not being neat and tidy at all, because that would kind of defeat the purpose. We kind of want, and even on the palette, that's something to keep in mind, you know, if you mix things like that, it really dries super fast on the palette as well. So you essentially need to kind of keep dipping into your tub of water when you go getting the paint off the palette. So, but I'm trying to leave some of those bright green areas, you know, at the bottom here, slightly growing through as well. So here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here. And I'm doing all to those bits of clover, essentially the same treatment that I'm putting really dark green around them, because these ones need to kind of eventually stand out a bit. I have a feeling that I don't make them neon to make them stand out enough, because everything is green. Axis. Sparky Axis, you and I, Jackie, make water mediums look so easy, so I take a lot from your videos. Yeah, we're not doing, you know, they are. If you let yourself kind of go, I think the hardest thing about water mediums and is actually letting yourself to be pretty loose. That's not what our brains want to do. Our brains really want everything to make sense and put into patterns and look neat and tidy. So it's a challenge to actually make things textured and loose. I actually find, like, Jackie is actually way better at that, you know, kind of going really loose with her water media. I tend to be still, even with the gouache now, like, I like a bit more controlled approach, or it's not even about liking. I can't kind of make myself to let go the need to control a little bit what's going on. I think Jackie is way better at just kind of working loosely and letting the colors mingle and water do whatever it wants to do. Do you know what I mean? So. And eventually, you know, once this textured surface is ready and dry, then we might put a little kind of like colorful dots and little like fake flowers, you know, in there as well. And, you know, kind of add a bit more texture. but okay, yeah, Jackie, once you have everything else sorted, they may take the gallbladder out. That double spread. Oh, yeah. The one in the Pinocchio. I love working in that book. Somehow those Fabiana Attanasio old fairy tale books just got me going again. Like, they really inspire me. Oh, hi, Priyasha. Hi. Hi, Tasha. I'm scared of destroying the paper with the gouache. By the way, gouache would be one of your best options then, because you stand more chances of destroying the paper with watercolor than you do with gouache. Gouache is much... That's one of the reasons I kind of am trying to do more with it in coloring books, because it doesn't tend to go through as much. It doesn't warp paper as much, because it's kind of more viscous, heavy consistency. Even if you are applying it in a fairly wet manner, like I did in the beginning, it does not warp the paper as much as watercolor would have, for example. Also, of course, you need to know which books like water and which books don't, essentially. You know, kind of need to familiarize yourself, and sometimes, and sometimes it does happen that you mess up the page, and that's fine, you know. It's just a coloring book. It's a learning experience. Next page is going to go better. I'm not. Of course, it's very easy for me to say that, because I'm not super precious about my coloring books. But I do know that, you know, for a lot of people that would be a big no-no, that they, you know, even get upset if their book gets slightly buckled or whatever, in which case, yeah, watercolor probably isn't, you know, either you work with some other water media that doesn't require much water applied into the book at all. Like, you can do some of the, like, watercolor pencils or neocolor tools or something like this, that you can essentially just use very little water to activate them. Inktense. But I like to, you know, work with paints. I do enjoy other materials as well, but I'm probably the most, you know, happy and comfortable with paints. I'm not saying that I'm that good at them. I just like the feel working with them, you know? Feel of working with them. English isn't Englishing very much tonight. Thank you. Thank you, Gail. And it's just basically, I'm making a mess. Look at it, you know, I'm just making random and pretty messy textures. But, you know, once it comes together, it does look like foliage, especially from a bit of a distance. There we go. I need to get a bit more strength here, so I have something to kind of, you know, I want pretty dark color around these leaves and stuff. Yeah, this brush is really nice. I like working with that one with gouache. It really controls the gouache well. You know, it even keeps... See, the problem with very soft brushes is the gouache is heavier than watercolor. And if you have a very soft brush, it won't hold the point. It can't hold the point because the gouache is just too heavy for it. It kind of becomes this kind of a loose, globby thing. Whereas if the brush is a bit harder and kind of stronger than that. You can see it has fairly high, very heavy gouache on it, but it still has a point. I can still work detail in this one. So yeah, you need to kind of find yourself that brush that fits your needs, you know, for certain. I'm just putting that dark color around all the things here so I can just quickly texturize everything. And I have those ready-made circles there. I'm using this, I think it might be the darkest. This might be about as dark. They're very similar colors. That's one of the things about Meeden, actually, that 48 packet, that there was quite a lot of very similar colors. Okay, I want some of that here. And some of that here. But I want, because it's a dark line here, I don't want to bring all the darkest green against it. I want to leave something lighter green glowing there as well. But I kind of want, you know, slightly darker, almost outline around her. So it would push her a bit forward from that foliage behind her. And now I'm putting in some random texture lines here and there, which I'm then going to blend out and soften. See, I'm just making mess. I'm just making random squibbles, you know. But then I'm going to go back with the lighter colors from there and kind of soften and blend it out. With gouache, you're definitely going to have, especially if you kind of work in multi-layered way and whatever, you will have some pretty harsh, ugly faces sometimes. But we should be, by now, pretty used to the ugly face. Oh, Jackie's going. Oh, bye, Jackie. Thank you, Ola, for letting me know. Oh, your in-laws. Okay. Thank you, Jackie, for popping in. I hope you're going to feel better very, very soon, or you need to figure out what's going on and do something. Oh, and thank you for saying about the paints. That's the thing, Priyasha. Personally, I feel I have put so much time getting good with color pencil, and the pinpoint precision it gives, that letting loose with watercolor is the biggest challenge. Yes, I do understand that. That's exactly what I was saying then. We're so used to looking for those perfect blends and, you know, flawless gradients, and that's not what this style is all about at all. I am not even, you know, trying to do it. Okay, so let's do some texture lines here. And here, some here, putting some near that fence, also underneath. Okay, I'm just doing the top, you know, this part here first, and then to protect our precious books, we can practice on books we are not that fond of. Yes. Amanda, for me, the pencils are a scary thing because I cannot find the control needed to make pencil work look worth doing. That's so individual. Yeah, you have practice books. I tend to, that one of my problems is that I don't really have that many practice books. I essentially, you know, if I feel like trying something, I just dive into the page that I decide I'm going to try it out on, which might not be the best technique for most people. there? Who's there? Is it Killian? Okay. Okay, let's put some darker green underneath the hat there, because it's going to be darker there between the head and the hat, and behind her as well, and some texture here. And now I can go in with the lighter colors and kind of even it out a bit. So I'm picking up stuff from here, dropping in some lighter colors here and there. Okay. It's all about color variations here. I just did that solid. I hated the background with soft oil pastels. I just did on Hannah Carson book. I am covering up with acrylic. Yeah, acrylic markers. Acrylic markers cover everything. A big messy. Oh, Solid. Hi, Solid. Sorry, I didn't see you coming in. I somehow missed. To keep things from feeling too precious for me, I always remind myself, if I don't like how it came out, I can always paint over it. Exactly. And big messy brush. Yes. Yes, it is almost like a textured stamp. You're right. You like to live on the edge. Yes, I do. Amanda, my hands shake really bad due to hyperthyroidism, so anything I can find to help me still color, I'm a fan of. Well, then paints should be more of a your thing, I think. They might be something that, you know. And also, of course, is choosing the images you color. Probably better off not like super detailed pages. Probably would be just a source of frustration for you. So maybe, but working in this way, basically just, you know, there's nothing about this that is organized, and nothing is, you know, I'm not trying to go for very specific result, a very specific texture. It's essentially just putting texture in, and it's going to take a life of its own. If you put enough of it in. So that sort of a style should, you know, could work for you. It's all a matter of kind of trying out. And the reason you can do it with gouache like this is that it sits on the paper. It doesn't absorb in as much as watercolor does. You know, watercolor sinks a lot into the paper. So once it's down, you can't really, and paper is dry, and if it doesn't really have much of a sizing like coloring book papers generally tend to be, then you can't really move it afterwards anymore or blend into it. Whereas in gouache, it sits more on the paper. The pigments are not as finely ground and are heavier. So you can still reactivate it and move it. And, you know, I can still go back those very dark lines and soften the edges of them, put some extra, like, change the shape of the textures I put down a little bit as I'm moving them around. It's a very loose and relaxed way of working. Which, you know, might be really useful for people who have issues with, like you said, you know, your mobility and your fingers and tremors or whatever. Might be useful. But as always, very individual and something that you just need to try out. Amanda, I know you were having mixed thoughts on these Meeden gouache, so what large set would you recommend? Okay, As far as large sets go, they're not bad, they're fine. You know, I'm managing to get them working pretty all right here. I did have a while ago Arteza gouache that I think and still think kind of was a bit smoother in a way. So if you can get hands onto them, I think they're slightly more expensive though. Their set is 60 set, and it does have some metallics on it as well. I did find it eventually, by the way. I thought it was gone, but I found my Arteza set. I thought I only had the dregs of my 24 set, but no, I found my big set. And I try it, and I still do like it. I do like Arteza gouache. I think it blends really well and moves really well. And yeah, I need to work a little bit more, but yeah, kind of it feels a bit smoother in a way. But this isn't bad gouache, and it is really good value. Like, you can work it. You can see yourself, like, you can do stuff with it. Let me bring the Arteza package if you want to see. Do you want to see the Arteza one? Let me know in the comments and I'll bring it over. I don't think I have the swatch still, but I can show you the big pack, the 60 pack, because I do have it. I thought I didn't anymore, but I do. And I thought it a very nice gouache. Still do. Although I have mixed feelings about Arteza and how, you know, they've, after they were bought out, and they haven't really, I haven't really liked what they've done with their stuff, but I thought the gouache was really nice. I also thought their Arteza Expert pencils were fantastic, but they messed these up big time. So, hello, I was looking for something to listen to while I was coloring and stumbled down in it. Oh, hi! My new Avatar coloring book came in the other day. Avatar coloring book? I didn't even know that this one existed. Huh.
Like the blue people?
Yeah, the blue people. Yeah. The blue people. The planet of blue people. Sorry. Priyasha, Arnika, would it be better to then destroy with, in a way, see, it's so bloody individual. Would it be better to start with gouache or watercolor? They are very different ways of working and kind of different looks as well. It depends what you want to do. In a way, gouache can be a bit more of a learning curve. I think watercolor, like basic techniques and basic working with watercolor, can be easier to get at first. If you want something that is maybe, you know, slightly easier to step into. Of course, you kind of have to get over the heaviness of it at first, and the fact that you do have textures that you don't always get the, you know, if you go with a very high quality gouache, then you can get those really kind of like designer's gouache. You get those really nice, beautiful, opaque, super flat, beautiful expanses, but you don't want to buy these as your first gouaches because they are quite expensive. I have, for example, you know, this one is fantastic, but you know, you need to buy them by tube. You don't buy a big set like you do with the craft gouaches. So from the craft gouaches, I think Meeden is pretty okay, but I would still, I think, try with a little watercolor set first if you enjoy working with water media at all, and then once you've gotten feel for it, then go for gouache. But I suggest that you go for watercolors that are not super highly transparent, you know, expensive ones, go for something like Prima watercolors or some Chinese watercolors. I don't know where you're buying stuff, but on Temu and AliExpress, there are some Chinese watercolor sets that are really nice in coloring books and also are not expensive at all. So that would be a good way to try out watercolors. Western style watercolors, when they're really highly transparent ones, can be more challenging in the coloring books because they essentially sink into the paper faster. They don't stay on top of the paper, and if the paper doesn't have much sizing, which is a treatment of paper essentially, which makes them more resistant to water, then you essentially can't. What happens is that water and the paint sink into the paper immediately. You can't move it around at all, and it very much depends on the book that you have, you know, what paper that book is on. Some papers, although they look very nice and thick and you think, oh, that's going to be great for watercolor, and then you start putting watercolor onto it and the paint just poof, you know, sinks in, which has happened to me in quite a lot of books. It's like, oh, this is going to be great, and then no, it's not. Oops, I actually went too close here with the dark color. I kind of want the area around the basket to be a bit lighter, almost have a bit of a glow around that basket. I got distracted. Well, let me think if I can. Maybe in one area it's going to be fine. And then I have some books which have relatively thin paper and on which the watercolor just works fantastic. So yeah, you kind of need to experiment with every single book. You know, find either the page you don't care much about, or sometimes they have some empty pages or test pages at the back. But yeah, don't just assume that if the paper is thick, it's going to be great for watercolors, because often it's not. And that is one of the reasons why gouache is, why I like the gouache, is because it is by its nature more viscous, more heavy. It doesn't go through as easily. So even in some books that don't take water very well, you can still paint on top of the paper with the gouache. But I do think there is a bit more of a learning curve in, getting to know and handle gouache. Let me see now the chat. I've kind of missed most of the stuff here. No, it's not schminke. I'm going to show you, if you want me to show you the set, not that price. I think it's something like, if you go to my last video, I have it linked there because I was talking about it in my whole video. I was talking about Arteza, and I said in my video, I don't think it's available anymore. And then I found it on Amazon anyway, so I just linked it just in case into my video there as well. But you should be able to find it without that as well. But, if you have trouble. I am going to get the set. Okay, here it is. Wait a second, I don't want to tip my beautiful smoothie or what's left of it all over my page. Sorry. Okay, is there anything wet here? No, there's nothing wet. And this is also a beauty of gouache, that if I was working with watercolor, making those blends, I would need to be super fast because I don't want it to dry. Once it's dry, you can't really move it anymore, or at least you can't move it as much. With gouache, regular gouache, it can dry and you can still go back afterwards and reactivate it very easily. Chris, you were asking that, do you prefer this to acrylic wash? The answer is yes and no. You just work with them differently. Acrylic wash is great. It's kind of great to combine them in a way. For example, if you wanted to make this background, you didn't want it to mingle with other colors on top of it. Let's say you wanted like pink glow here, but mixing pink and green together, it doesn't really work very well. So you do the wash here with thinned out acrylic wash, and then it stays. It dries and it won't move, and you go back on top with different colors. So it's great for combining. Also with acrylic wash, you essentially paint like with acrylic paints. The main difference is that it's just matte. The finish is different. There's a slight difference with binders as well, but for us kind of plebs in the art world, the main difference is that it's a matte acrylic paint, essentially, as far as we're concerned. And if you work in that, I find that it's really nice for kind of a thin layering, that you water it down a fair bit and work in fairly thin layers, and you can get really nice results. So they're just different. I'm not saying, it's just work in a different way. Okay, that's now the Arteza 60 gouache. So this is how it looks on the sides. Very nice box. It's a hefty box. I like how they come. They come in those little trays of 6 here inside. And the color variety is very nice. They have a good variety. Like you still need to mix, okay, because you want to mix, okay. That's the nature of paints. Then part of the joy is actually slightly lightening them or darkening them. You lighten them with white, or depending on what color it is, you can lighten also greens with the likes of like Naples yellow type of a thing here, or other yellows. Or you can lighten the green also with light blues, for example, the ones that already have white in them, and you get interesting cooler tones. So you can do that. But it also comes with some metallics. I don't remember how many. This tray is full metallics. There's metallic lavender, cerulean, emerald, sage green, silver, pearl gray. Then there was more than that. There was also gold and bronze. The other ones here are not metallic. But there's already kind of some nice pre-mixed lighter tones that you can conveniently use. Wait a second, let me see if I'm missing. Getting mixed. Oh, hi Brittany, hi. Oh no. You saw a video about 12-year-old male who stood up to some bullies in Target. Oh, that's an awful, yeah. Solid. The hardest thing about gouache, in my opinion, is how it reactivates when you paint over it with too wet brush and make things muddy if you're not careful. It can be hard. One of the methods to get over that is if you make the background, or like as I said, you can combine it with acrylic. If you make the thin layers with that one, you could do that. Also, the main thing is to work the watery layers towards, first you put down thin layers. You don't go with thin paint on top of thick paint. That's how it reactivates. So you work from thinner paint to thicker paint in layers, if you know what I mean. I'm probably very bad at explaining it. And that can mostly prevent of those reactivation issues. And in some instances, like here, I kind of want them to mix and mingle. So it can be a beneficial thing. Which of the airy romantic country books is this image from? That's not a romantic country. This is the Aries new book, the world travel book. Let me see. Can I show you like this? That's the book. And that's, I think it was released about less than a month ago. Okay, let's go back to the gouaches. So here's your earth tones and black and gray. Here's the more greens. Really nice selection of greens, kind of pre-mixed convenience greens, and also pre-mixed kind of a nice different variations of neutrals, which are, they're quite easy to mix as well, but convenience-wise, why not? And here's some blue selection. I really like the Prussian blue and the Asian blue. Both are really beautiful. Then you have some lighter tones here from blush pink, peach, ballerina pink, which is a really nice color. Taupe, mauve, lilac. Here you have 2 whites, which is essential in any big set of gouache. Ideally would come with the extra big tube of white, because white is the color you're going to use the most. That's how you lighten most of the colors. But here you go, once again, pale yellow, Naples yellow, lemon yellow, so nice selection of yellows as well. More kind of pinks and reds here. That wine berry is really nice color. And you have oranges here and yellow and ochres. So as you can see, like, this huge selection of colors. And I liked, well, still like their gouache very much. It does work. Per tube, it doesn't really work out that much more expensive because it's just a bigger set. Meeden is 48. This one is 60. It is more expensive, but not really by tube, if you know what I mean. Amanda, I got a set of Georgiana watercolor of Temu as my first set. I'm starting to think it behaves more like gouache. I suspect it might. Chinese watercolors are, by their nature, more opaque. If you got it from Temu, that's most likely it's a Chinese watercolor. But compared to Gansai Tambi, which would be Japanese watercolor, I prefer them because Gansai Tambi, when you put it down too thick, you just want really full saturation of the color, you put it down fairly thick, you get shine, and then after that shine you can't get anything on top anymore. If you want to put some extra pencil shading or whatever on top of it, that's it, you're done, you can't do anything with it. Whereas Chinese watercolors take a lot longer before you get to that shine point. They stay matte on the page, so it's a bit more permissive for ourselves and the way we are mostly working. Yeah, Arteza is now owned by Plate Company, yes. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, acrylic gouache doesn't reactivate after it's done completed. Like, yeah, that's correct. So the colors are beautiful. Yes, they are really nice colors. I like the selection here in that's the Meeden palette now. Am I holding it the right way? Yeah, I think so. And here are, although there's quite a lot of, like 48 is pretty, like it's plenty of colors, especially considering it's paint, you can mix it in every possible way. There's quite a bit of them which are so close to each other that it's almost like that vermilion and that orange, or this is essentially, if you put tiny bit of that orange into that scarlet, you would get the same color. There's such a tiny difference between them, and these two oranges are almost identical also. This yellow is nice. This yellow ochre is okay. The mid yellow and yellow pale are I would actually like them both, because a mid yellow here is more transparent. If you look at it, it's kind of more glowy and vibrant if you use it more watered down, whereas this one, the yellow pale, has more white content in it and is more opaque. Lemon is very necessary if you want to mix really bright colors. You need those cold yellows, and cooler, like this lemon and this sky blue would give really bright, and maybe this, these two, or these two would give really bright, clean greens. Whereas if you mix with that type of yellow or that type of yellow, you get warmer, more muted, more like sap green style greens. Here, Naples yellow I really like. That should be in every. It's one of my just very favorite convenience colors. This is kind of an easy mix, a little bit white into it, and kind of cool, if you want to cool it down slightly, tiny bit of some bluish tone, or if you want to put some yellow into it, tiny bit of some yellow, put a lot of white into it, and you have a skin tone, and so on. Burnt sienna is very good for skin tones as well. If you just, it has that reddish undertone. So if you put loads of white into it and a bit of pink as well, maybe, maybe like touch of crimson or scarlet, and loads of white, and it gives you really nice skin tones and so on. But yeah, there's some, like these two, Perfume Sky and Yellow Green, are almost identical, So I found that in Arteza set there were less like super similar colors than in this set. These two, like this and this, are very similar. They're not next to each other, unfortunately, so you can't see as well. But, look at this color and look at that color there. This is mid-green and this is Viridian, and they're essentially the same color. There is a little bit of a difference. That's slightly brighter and warmer. But, yeah, they're very much. I like this color. The black green is very nice. The deep green is very nice. The olive green is nice. Sap green is nice and bright, but it is very similar, once again, with the pale green. So, yeah. This violet and the bright purple, that is very, very likely just a little bit white in that color and maybe tiny bit of red added. Like, there's really, like, this color is nice for also adding into, let's say you want to make a skin tone, tiny bit of that, some bit of burnt sienna, loads of white, you get some nice skin tones. So, okay, sorry, I got carried away here with the palette talk. Let me see what's happening in the chat. Oh, Brittany, is it the zinc white and titanium white? Okay, I need to check it out because I didn't really pay attention. Let me have a look. It's on the lid here, I'm sure. Zinc would be, yeah, I presume no, they're both the same pigment. One says the titanium white and one says white, but both are PW6. So they're both the same pigment white, but I'd say the titanium white is more concentrated. And the white is supposed to be mixing white, and titanium white is supposed to be like highlight white. Here you can see them. Like this. But they are essentially the same pigment. Okay. On the books, I like how you explain color theory. Thank you. Yeah, I think mixing them is half of the fun. Okay, I'm putting some water onto this one again because it's dried all up again. It dries pretty. Gouache dries fast. One of the, another thing about working with gouache that can make it really nice with with coloring books is that it does dry fast. So if you put layers down, you don't have to wait for ages. Like with watercolor, if you do a big heavy layer, then, and if you want actually, let's say you're using maybe granulating paints or whatever that actually need to develop and move on their own on the paper, you basically need to put that book aside and walk away or, work on something else for a while. Whereas gouache, by the time you finish one side of the just the base, not, you know, that heavy, but, you know, just even if you put fairly heavy base down, by the time you finish on one side, the other side is going to be essentially dry. So it does dry fast. Okay. Okay, I'm wanting to go towards that basket a bit, but I want to leave things around that basket lighter. So I want that basket to be slightly like glowy. Okay, I didn't notice that I've made a mess here. Also, if things like this happen, let's say you smear the paint onto the object that you didn't want it on, you go back later on, activate it, lift the paint, and it's gone. Magic! No. Titanium white is usually the highlight white, no? Annika just reminded me of Powerpuff Girls, sugar, spice, and everything nice. A little bit this, a little bit of that, and voila! The perfect color. Yeah, I guess it would be a little bit like that. Okay, so I need to put the dark shadow behind that clover leaf here before I forget. So I'm going back to my dark greens again. Yeah, in theory, like most of my gouache works, for example, so far, before I got the like nice gouache, which I now do have. I have to say I am super lucky. I do have some nice gouaches now in my arsenal. But before I got these, the ones that I worked with was, do I put it something wet? No. Was this box, which is from Winsor & Newton Pencils, old box. Reuse your boxes! And this is what I mainly work with. This is 24 set of Arteza gouaches that by now have started to leak. And some of them are getting quite empty and some of them have, you know, plenty. You can see which colors are my favorites and which ones I almost don't use. Like lilac is almost untouched. There's some additional, that's Renaissance gouache. Which I don't think I had nice kind of a violet here, so I took violet from Renaissance, and I have a couple of Winsor & Newton ones, which I had my white was, if you want one advice, if you're buying gouache, and you can buy a cheap set, that is fine, buy a good white if you can afford it. They usually come in bigger tubes as well, those whites. Let me show you. Can I find it now? Yes, I can. So impressed with myself today. I keep finding things when I'm looking for them. This is, for example, Winsor & Newton Designer's White, the permanent white, and, you know, I keep these for mixing, essentially. It's a nice big tube of white. A lot of like more expensive gouache sets would have that big tube of white. You will go through a lot of white. Because if you get a set and you get the white the same size as the other tubes there, the white is the one that you're going to run out first. So it's a good idea. And even if you don't like, having a good quality white just stretches and helps and improves the quality of your gouache huge amount. Yeah, zinc white is mixing white. Yes, that's fine. I get mixed up all the time, so there's absolutely no problem there whatsoever. Okay, I'm going to put some green here. I want to be dark in this area. But yeah, these were the gouaches I had, and, you know, the only things I worked with. I did have, for kind of a convenience, skin tone bases, so I wouldn't have to use too much white. I had these spaces. I mixed stuff into them. They're Naples Yellow and Pale Rose Blush. Both are fantastic. Just, you know, kind of a base for skin tone. You can tweak them here and there, but they're super convenient. And I also had the Burnt Sienna, also the same story, really good for darkening skin tones. And I also had Burnt Umber, just for darkening things. It's really nice. Like, I like Winsor & Newton gouache. That was my kind of my first more professional gouache. And Prussian Blue, because I just like Prussian Blue. But yeah, that was, I did all my gouache work with these ones. Some of the tubes I actually managed to somehow break. You can actually see that, you know, when it gets, if you don't, when you finish using gouache, and if you have something, okay, let's, once again, I can't get it open. But I didn't really realize that, you know, if you get something onto those grooves here, when it dries, it pretty much dries shut. So afterwards, you need to twist really hard. And while twisting, I essentially broke. So you can see there's holes in my tubes. But yeah, this gouache has been used a fair bit, and it was not a big, huge set. And I've done quite a few things with it, with no problem at all. Like, there's everything that you need. Technically, you can do everything you need with about, I'd say, 4 tubes of gouache. Like, you need primary yellow. Lemon is probably better. And have a cooler yellow. Something like magenta. And cyan, or kind of a cooler blue. And you need a good tube of white. And for extra convenience's sake, it's nice if you have, let's say, burnt sienna, which you can just use, you know, quickly and easily darkening things. And possibly black as well. And you can pretty much mix anything from that. Some easily than other things, but, you know, you can get away with a lot. Okay, I'm putting a shadow around you. No, it's not shadow, it's just basically me cheating. Golden has a thingy to twist off lids, saves your hands. It's brilliant. Huh, Cindy, thank you. Because I actually wrecked my finger a couple of times with that one. Ideally, what I actually wanted to say is that if you get some paint onto those grooves there, just wipe them off before you close the lid, and you won't have that problem. But yeah, I did not know it at the time, and my Arteza gouache tubes are all really hard to get open because they're a pain, because I didn't treat them properly. I'm just putting solid green in there. Yeah, just leaving it there. It's easier that way. And I'm putting some textures here. Now, so working on this again. Somebody's doing something downstairs. I can hear the dishwasher going. Brittany, you can use a pair of pliers to open tubes of paint that are difficult to open because of dried paint on the cap of the tube. Yeah. So, what's your current favorite coloring book, or one that you're really itching to dig into? It's like saying, who's my favorite child? And there's a side eye coming from all sides. Surely it's me. I love you both. What is my current favorite? Okay, I have a set of favorites at the moment. These things vary, okay? At the moment, I'm huge into... I discovered them fairly recently for myself. Fabiana Attanasio, the fairy tale series. I think she has 9 or 10 books in it, and I just discovered that I love the paper, and just specifically that Spanish version that I managed to get my hands onto. I have now 4 of them, and I really want some other ones as well, but they're impossible to get. They're out of print and they're really expensive if you try to buy them, but I really like to work in them in this kind of a loose watercolor gouache style. They're just so fun. And it's just really somehow inspiring. Hugely, like they kind of really inspire me, these books at the moment. And the one that I'm really itching to get into, there's so many actually, there's too many. But at the moment, I also want to get more now. I'm back into that style, so I want to get more into Camilla Garofano books, which I also adore. Oh, this is a whip. Here, so I can, I work in here the same kind of a slightly mad colors, going, into the town, having fun method. Like this, I'm at the moment really into that style again. And the one that I now got recently and really want to get into is that one, Crowns and Flames. It was in my whole video as well. It's a fairly thin book. It has, surprisingly, it doesn't say it on the cover anywhere, but it's by Maurizio Campidelli. The art here, I'm not even sure if it says it inside. It does say here the author name as well. Here is the ISBN if you want to check it out. And it's absolutely stunning. He has that big coloring book called Magic Made Real as well, but that coloring book has pretty much only double-page spreads and really crappy paper, like super thin paper. I still want to work there, and I have put down my... I think was Holbein, or was it the other, sizing liquid onto one of big spreads there. But this one I just discovered thanks to one of my subscribers, one of my commentators. And it has fantastic art, but there's no double page spread. So that, it's kind of a bit more approachable and not as intimidating. And the paper, it's not like super thick or anything, but it has really nice sizing on it. Like watercolor moves on it, no problem. Here I tested on Neocolors, and I put a fair bit of water onto it. And there's nothing, and not even buckling, Really nice paper. But the only thing that I really don't like is the fact that it's glue bound, and it's one of those glue bounds that, you can't even break the spine. Look how deep, here you can see. And the images are all going deeply into the binding, so it's almost impossible to color in that. But yeah, this is one of the books that I'm at the moment kind of excited about. I tell my children that my dog is my favorite child. Oh, the horror in Orla's face.
That's not a lie.
It's not a lie. Okay, yeah. She thinks it's not a lie. Kimberly. Oh, hi, Kimberly. I didn't even see you coming in. I'm so sorry. Very sorry that I missed you like this. Video game. Oof, that's nice. Adrian, my kids would stop talking to me if I said that, says Adrian. Oh, mine just have pretty much made their peace with facts of life. Brittany, eBay and A-Books owned by Amazon USA are both good websites to find out of print books, except for the impossible to find out print Korean book, My Vintage Room. People are so... I'm so sorry now. There's a cough that I don't have. I have heard several people kind of going on about that book, The My Vintage Room. And I am so lucky because so many people want it and are absolutely crazy about it. And funnily enough, I'm pretty sure I at some stage saw it someplace sold fairly cheap. And I looked at it and went, nah, not my style. Just passed. So I just know that if I say that, a lot of people will go, what? Ah. Okay, I need to move a little bit this side because I'm a bit awkward here. Yeah, it's not my book. Then again, many books are not, and we all have kind of not our book type of a moments. Doesn't mean that the book is bad, or we don't really like it. Even that isn't really an issue. It's just, I look at it and know, no, it's not what I would enjoy coloring, so I'm not bothered. I'm lucky like that. But I am annoyed about the Fabiana Atanasio ones, because, yeah, they're very expensive. The ones that I specifically want, the ones that I want are Cinderella, Beauty and the Beast, and I would like to get Mowgli as well. Or Jungle Book. I think it's actually called Jungle Book. See, when it was translated into Estonian back when I was a kiddo and read it, it was called Mowgli. So therefore, for me, it's forever going to be Mowgli. Yeah, that's the boy. His name is Mowgli. Color me, Chris. I just got the epic work of Tolkien coloring book. It's beautiful. So many pages, so many different art styles. I'm really looking forward to getting into it. It's also really nice paper. Oh, yes, I know that book you're talking. It is amazing. One word of warning, though. I don't know which edition you have, but the one I have, paper is really nice, but with any water, it breaks into those dots. Kind of a dark dots. So if I use water media on it, I always base the pages with something before I go into it with water. But the pages kind of really are looking for almost, something water media, because there's a lot of like empty space and very dynamic movement. It's gorgeous art. Really distinctive, really fun. Priyasha Anika, I saw a flip through of the new Dinosaurs coloring book by Rachel Ignotovsky and thought of me. I'm the dinosaur lady. Are you proud, Ola? Your mother is a dinosaur lady. Your mom is a dinosaur. Well, she says, okay, should I be offended? It's fine, Ola. I kind of am.
What? I can't see.
Brittany Daniels, Staples Arc System, and use a binding disc. Ha! You mean like taking it apart? I have the time. I will use my mom's hairdryer plugged in on high to take it apart. And I will punch the mushroom. I don't have mushroom punch. And I also don't have any, the binding stuff. And it seems to be that in US you can there's just kind of like print shops or something like this you can go to and get your things like rebound or, put onto the spiral binder or whatever. But I don't think we have anything like that here, sadly. It's probably not the service people would use much. I don't know. I've never seen anything like that around.
In libraries.
The spiral binding.
Mm-hmm.
Do they do the punching as well then? Or?
I don't know. I'm just like, that's the only place I think. I do go to libraries.
Might kind of try to check it. Adri, I am not into mythographic, but I understand why so many people like it. I don't own any. Yeah, exactly. I love mythographic, but I kind of get it if people are not into it, because they are. At first, I was not into it either. It was, I got one book and tried one page, thinking, don't know how it's going to go and if it's going to come out at all. And then once I got working on it, I actually realized how not bad it was. It's in mythographics, it's mostly just kind of getting started, getting your courage together to tackle the page. They're not as complicated as it can feel when you first look at them. I need to give some darkness onto those. It's here because I want their kind of this area to be lighter, and for this area to look lighter, the stuff around it needs to look pretty dark. So thank you for that information, Annika. I was thinking of using watercolors or gel sticks. Gel sticks are going to be fine if you don't go into them with water, or it might be okay even if you do, because they are not transparent water media, so those dots might not become an issue. Brittany, I found an inexpensive copy of the Spanish copies of Fabiana Attanasio Pinocchio and the Wizard of Oz. Yes, they are really nice. Priyasha, it just goes to show that I am watching your videos on the Solid, what are the craziest mediums you've used in a coloring book? Currently, I have a whip that I did a pastel ground on, and I am using soft chalk pastels. It's super freeing. Oh, yes, and I have used kind of a similar way, chalk pastels. I have done a glitter paste, homemade glitter paste from, it was from mix of glass glitter, different thicknesses and textures of glitter. Was it satin glazing liquid, or was it? It was some sort of a acrylic medium, okay. And also there was some mica powders there. Because the page was literally heavy. I can actually show it to you if I remember, or if you want me to show it to you. I just like mixing together stuff, which kind of might explain why I enjoy paint so much. Surprise, surprise. Okay, I need to spray the paints here soon a bit as well. Okay. So, but I need to make sure that I don't go too close to that basket, because I do want it to not exactly glow, but maybe a little bit have that glow effect. Okay. Brittany, I am going to let the print shops in the US rebind my books if they are bigger than 8.5 by 11 size. Okay. What do you think of the palette you're using? Is it the Meeden one? No, it's not a Meeden one. It is one of the ones from either Temu or AliExpress. A very similar principle. I'd say they're pretty much manufactured by the same, because they're essentially identical. Manufactured by the same kind of crowd, but they're white labeled. This is they're not huge amount cheaper, but they are cheaper than Meeden ones. I think they're very good at keeping them in that sort of a half fresh consistency that I like. What I don't like about it is how bulky it is. Sorry, I'm going to give them a bit of an extra spray here because things are getting drier again. Keeping them fresh. So yeah, they're a bit on the bulky side. So if you're working, like even in the shot here now, it can be a bit of a trouble to keep it in the shot. I like, oh, let me see. Like, I would like this size. This is like almost, like, not exactly half, but, you know, a third smaller than this one. Or maybe even half. If you close it, I can put it on top of it. Yeah, about 1/3 smaller. And also has the seal. Where is the... Okay, now I can't find the place to open it. So it has the silicone seal as well. But I would like it to have more wells. I haven't really squeezed anything into it at the moment because I would like it to have kind of that similar layout here at least, or, you know, all of them. You know, just wells like Meeden one, and then use that for mixing. But I like the size of that one so much better. This one does take a lot of space on your desk when you're working. It's good though, you know, I'm not saying, you know, that it's a bad palette, it's just you need some room. Okay, so just putting, I need to move it now to the side though, because I kind of need to put my hand here to get, I don't want to put my hand into the paint palette while I'm doing those sides here. So I'm just, usually I would, you know, do all those first dark textures like super fast. I'd say it's part the talking and part, you know, the chat that kind of slows me down big time. eBay here in USA sells the adjustable Staples arc system, and there is also the non-adjustable Happy Planner disc binding machine that looks like the 3-hole punch. Okay. I was at some stage thinking, very, very vaguely thinking, I don't know how seriously, but I was thinking about maybe getting a binding machine, but then it's like, do I need another bulky, you know, thing in the craft room, which is already full of crap, you know, bulky stuff. And I decided not to. That my need isn't as pressing. Do you know what I mean? There's already too much stuff here. Okay, and maybe put a little bit of extra texture like that here as well, so I have something to dissolve and move with the lighter paint when I eventually come in. Now, pictures in. Oh my god, that sounds amazing. Oh, you want to see the glitter paste? Okay, let me find the books. Oh, Camilla Barafano. Okay, let's not put now any of those books onto wet paint. Let's agree on that. The book pile next to me is growing. The stuff I'm showing. Let me see if I can find... Okay, one of them is this one. This is the glitter paste I made myself. There's some of that in the Annie Day book as well, which I don't have with me at the moment here, which I would need to find. There are many different glitters here, different colors, but yes, this is a party. There's, I think, black or dark blue acrylic paint underneath, and then I put that on top, like thick, and it's heavy, you know, the paper is, you know, super heavy because of it. I think in this book it's the only one. Sorry. Oh, I did, yeah, this one is a full tutorial. Actually, I have, for the face at least, I think I did the full tutorial for that one on my channel at some stage. Even the background, I think, was a tutorial. I think that one is done with acrylic gouache, by the way, that background. I like to create that slightly textured look. And then there's a splatter of watercolor on top and so on. Do I have any other ones? No, that's also, you know, just a splatter. But I think that's regular gouache here, the background. Pretty sure. Yeah, that's regular gouache, pretty sure. Yeah. Reaction that's part in the paper. Is it chunky? No, that specific one wasn't chunky. The one that I used in Annie Day book had chunky glitter in it as well. You can only really use it if you know that you're never going to try to color, on that side of the book. So I did it, if it's a one-sided book and you do it in the beginning and all the pages before that are colored, you're fine. This one isn't that chunky, no. It's more just different glitters. But it does have texture, all right? So if you were to color, let's say, with pencils on this page here, you would need a couple of sheets of paper underneath, But it's not like bad textured, bad chunky, no. Like not too much. Okay, let me hit that. Cindy, if any of my books fall apart, I will hand bind them. There are so many beautiful pearls to hand bind. Have you ever tried? No, that is one of the things I have not tried. Do you need specialist equipment? Like, how much stuff do you need for it? Because I don't want that, I know myself, if I get into something, I will start getting stuff for it, and but if I had that thing, it would look even cooler, and that would give me a nicer finish, and I end up having even more stuff in my craft room that I already have. So that's amazing. You inspired me. Thank you. Yeah, it's fun to do. It kind of feels a bit of an alchemy. You just take some gloopy stuff and mix some different powders and different glitters and stuff into it, and it's just fun to see how it comes out. I do suggest putting, don't put it on bare paper, put some either dark or light, totally your choice, but put some acrylic paint preferably, or acrylic marker or something underneath. Because it will never go down, even if you put some pigments into it or micas, it will never go down like super even. So you need something even colored underneath. But it's so fun to do. Really enjoyed doing it. I should do it again now. I feel like mixing something together again. Cindy, no, you can just use most stuff you have. Of course, you can buy specialist stuff if you don't need it. Okay. Well, that might be interesting to me then. I did get myself a jelly plate. I blame Maya. I can't really blame her, because I had been thinking about getting it for ages. But she gave me the final trigger. I saw her videos, like, yeah, I want to play with it. I don't know if I'm going to be using the papers like she does, in the books. Like she does paper piecing with painted papers and, braid. Braille papers quite a bit, but I would like to at least just it sounds like I have different ideas what I can do with it, and it would be just fun to use up paper scraps and paints. Not all of the acrylic paints get the love they deserve here. Cindy, gel printing is my happy place. It's so fun. Yeah, it sounds like super relaxing thing that, the result is not super controllable, so you really relax into it. Oh, I'm putting the darkness down here as well, which I should have done first, because now I'm going to put my hand into the wet paint, won't I? Distraction, distraction, distraction. And yes, it looks pretty awful when it goes down like this, but this is just kind of the first. That's the ugly phase. You're going to have it. Brittany, can I explain how Axie can rebind any of her coloring books using the stuff she already owns? Priyasha, having bound several books, the basic kit is pretty small. You might have most of the things in your craft room, but be warned, an addicting hobby. That's what I suspected. And one can go down to rabbit hole of supplies. Exactly. And I do tend to do that, I get really invested. And soon I'm going to be more binding my coloring books than coloring in them. You'll see. This is what can happen. So I'm very, very careful about committing myself to new hobbies, because they tend to take me over quite easily. That's the cough I don't have. Lindsay the Frugal Crafter has some free videos on gel plate printing on free YouTube channel. Does she have a membership as well? I used to watch her videos like very, very regularly, and sometimes, with the different interests and stuff, creators kind of fall off your feed, and then because they don't come up in your feed, you kind of keep forgetting about them. So I haven't watched her videos for quite a while. I did watch one quite recently. I think she was specifically actually talking about gouaches, which ones are her favorites. But I didn't even know that she had a paid thing as well. She didn't used to. I'm pretty sure that she was, all of her content was free back when I was watching her like very, very regularly, pretty much every video, her Saturday chats and everything, I always watched her. But now I tend to watch different Saturday chats, and I only have so much time in my Saturdays, so it can't be just YouTube. There has to be some Instagram too. Okay. Cindy, no, Brittany, it would take all day. There are YouTube videos for that. Yeah, I get it. Okay, I'm putting good bit of dark here because I want the area behind the fence to be pretty dark. And then once it's dry, I might put, kind of pull up some grasses into it slightly, maybe. Priyasha, but I agree with Cindy, you can make some beautifully bound books. She does teach online with paid pre-recorded videos. So that's basically membership, YouTube membership, no? Lindsay has a critique club where she has all her long tutorials. It's $5 US a month because I'm a member. Yeah, she's fantastic. She's a good teacher as well. And she doesn't make things too precious. She also has that fairly relaxed approach, I think, to art and crafting, which I always appreciated when I was watching her constantly on regular basis. So I'm creating a bit of a shape like this front here. This is clearly a separate piece of kind of a grass here in front. So, you can see it from here. So I'm creating a bit of a shape here at the back as well. So this bit of grass will be lighter than this kind of a bushy thing behind. Oh, Brittany, not on YouTube at all. There's a website called Teachable. She teaches on it, and you have to pay to get access to. What kind of art and coloring videos do you consume, Annika? There are certain creators that I kind of watch pretty much on a regular basis, the colorists whose videos, not all of them, because there's only so many hours in day. There used to be more in a way, but if you get into coloring yourself, especially with the birth of the YouTube channel of mine, I am watching now less YouTube videos, ironically, because I have less time. So I used to watch more, and I still tried to, but I just run out of time. But the ones that I really, really like, okay, I really enjoy Erica's content. Erica, Elm Colors. I watch her videos pretty much, if I can, most of them. I also kind of like her very relaxed, loose approach and her style. She has very distinctive, kind of a her style. You can recognize her pages right away. I really like that. I like Maya's channel, also in the same kind of a reason. She's very painterly and artsy and fun and relaxed on her pages, and she also is one of the few colorists who is very chill about whips, the way I am, because a lot of people kind of just really dislike whips. It's like unfinished work for me. It's just a page. I did the piece I wanted to do there, and if I don't feel like doing anything else on that page, I'm not pushing myself. I'm not forcing myself. I'm just going to leave it until I feel, now I want to do something on that page again, or I come across it and I want to work on it again. Then I really like Piggy Pens. She's really funny and relaxing. If you're coloring, she's great to listen to. As I said, I did used to listen quite a bit to Lindsay, the Frugal Crafter, which I haven't had that much time lately. Then who is the streamer? Oh my God, I forgot the name. She's an artist, portrait artist, who does mostly streaming, and she does a lot of coloring as well, kind of mixed media and kind of very, very cool mix of stuff. God, how does the name just disappear from my brain like this? If I remember, I will tell you. I really love anything by Black Canary. She's really cool. Also, that's something that I discovered from Maya's channel. The colorist, it's a Japanese colorist called October Cat. She has really cool and unique and fun way of working. I would call her more of a artist than colorist. Didi Willingham. Exactly. Thank you. Like, how did it just leave from my brain like this? Jana, thank you so much. I don't know what's going on there. Okay, let's make it quite dark here. Yeah, she's fantastic. She's really fun. And she's also kind of, she's a streamer. And she's clearly, she's done it for years and years and years and years and years. So she's very nice and relaxed, and she's good at it. And her community is really nice, and she's really kind of nice and relaxing to listen to. Sadly, times-wise, I never get to her lives because it just doesn't fit my schedule at all. The way the times she is actually live, but I do watch her lives. Never rewatch them. Not all of them, if I can. They are long, the same way my lives are long. She's not kind of a, short little live person. Okay, let's start now diffusing all the stuff here. I will spray a little bit and put some extra light greens down. Okay, and I'm actually taking some of that stuff, mixing that one in there, just getting some lighter, brighter greens. You okay, Ola?
Yeah.
You going somewhere?
Possibly.
Tired?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you going to the parade tomorrow then, or?
I haven't decided yet.
You probably need to talk with Dad about it, because you probably need to. Do you know what time it is?
Not really, no.
You can check on the phone, I bet you. Okay. Well, make up your mind. Oh, sorry, I'm going to do a slurp, and then you can take it downstairs, guys. Sorry. It's just going to dry up. Sorry, that was me finishing the smoothie. She's going downstairs so she can take it with her. Okay, so let's maybe mute some area a little bit so it wouldn't be also uniformly bright. Yeah. Okay, sorry, it's not in the shot again. All great artists and YouTubers. Yes. And when Jackie was doing her channel, I tried to watch most of her videos as well. Obviously, myself and Jackie kind of started getting along, or, you know, talking. And before she started her YouTube channel, we were already kind of friendly. So I've always tried to kind of support her YouTube channel. That was before I ever started YouTube, because I was first on Instagram. And we met there, and we did some body colors, and, you know, the way it goes with us. So she's super nice. And I like her art style a lot. She's also kind of advocating for working in a more relaxed, loose way, which I don't think, like, you know, not too many of us. There's a lot of, and which is, I'm not saying, this is not me mocking anybody or saying that it's bad, okay? But there's a lot of, you know, color combinations and that sort of a stuff around. And these videos for myself, I do enjoy occasionally just watching techniques and stuff, but they wouldn't be that much for me, for example, because that's not how I color. Oh, sorry, I'm underneath the chat now, am I? Underneath the chat. Oh yeah, Karin Bliss is very good about, yeah, learning different supplies and reviews, and her reviews are mostly fairly, you know, unbiased. Then there's quite a few Amberle videos I enjoy watching when she makes some, because she always comes up with kind of different interesting techniques. Amberle, I think it's now Amberle coloring. It used to be Amberle Silencia. Really like her channel. God, there's so many, and now if somebody asks me, you know, name the channels, then my head is empty. And there's actually quite a lot of them, and I should be able to shoot them out immediately. I really like Holly Berry's sense of humor. She's one of those colorists that is really nice to have, you know, her video or her lives kind of running next to you when you are doing something or coloring something. She has that beautifully sarcastic little tongue-in-cheek vibe, which I really like. Then Lauren reads and colors. The same story, you know, I like her as a personality a lot as well, not just, you know, her coloring. The same story with Erica as well, that I feel that, you know, our beliefs and, you know, how we, let's say, like what books we like, whatever life things often align. So it's just pleasant sometimes to listen to somebody like that, but you feel you would actually get along really, really well in real life. Different art supplies for money per month. Oh. Yeah, and she also has good sweatshots, from what I remember. Was it her who did the sweatshots as well at some stage? Coloring with Claire is fantastic. But she is, like, I really, really like her content and really respect her as a colorist. She is very much, she's much more organized and much more into color combinations than I ever will be. And here I'm not even putting a different paint onto it. Occasionally I just go in with slightly damp brush and just, soften things and smear them around until I get the texture I like. I'm becoming Australian here. Or no, it's actually New Zealand. There's the E thing, the texture and pin. Not pen, pin. I really like. Oh, Amy Ward. Amy Ward. She is fantastic. And she can also do so many different styles. She's one of those colorists who pretty much can pick up any media and do fantastic things with it. Do you know what I mean? She can do fast, and unlike me, she can do fast, very kind of relaxed, straightforward coloring and really, really complex pages. I struggle with, kind of doing. If somebody told me, okay, your challenge is now to almost flat color it or color it to the minimum type of shading, I will really struggle. I tend to overwork my pages, I know that, but I kind of can't get over it. Okay, I'm putting a little bit more darkness here. Yeah, because I want that part to be darker. Okay, sure, Miss Jackie, I hope she gets, oh yeah, really. But at the same time, I understand that, if you have those problems, the last thing, even mentally, even if you physically weren't as wrecked as, she can be, like mentally, you just don't have that headspace to make the videos. You can even color and enjoy that and relax with that, but making videos is a different vibe and different commitment. And it is a commitment as well. Versha, I am just very happy and grateful to be able to learn so much from YouTube. I have a very technical brain and job, so art is much needed. Yes, I do understand that. I think YouTube is one of the best learning aids for pretty much anything. I am a very visual learner myself. And, long before coloring, whatever I needed to learn or whatever how to do hair, like my daughter had long hair. I had never had long hair in my life, so I need to learn how to do different hairdos and braidings and whatever. YouTube it was, and so on. Whatever I need to learn to do, one of the first things I do is I go to YouTube and find a video about it, because I do learn visually the best. There are different types of people. Some people have more kind of a visual brain. Some learn best hearing. Some learn best talking or explaining themselves. I was kind of, when I was doing exams back in the time when I was still in different, school or uni or whatever, and my brain was kind of a mix. I learned the best if I read something, so visual, and explained it to somebody. So that's the way, that was the best for me. If I could kind of read it through and then explain it and talk to it and kind of give that information to somebody, that's how I remember the things best. Okay. Brittany, starting at 5 to 15, Chris Cheng is good if you can follow her difficult to follow tutorials. My colorful country life is also into coloring, color combinations, yes. And she's working on getting that website live. Okay. Yeah, like color combinations, not, probably never going to be, my thing. I don't, my coloring tends to be like super spontaneous. I do have sweatshirts and I do swatch my art supplies when I get them, but not that much even for using them on constant basis. I tend to swatch them to get to know them, to kind of get a feel of them. And then after that, those coloring sweatshirts tend to just, sit there. Occasionally I do refer to them, so they can become handy. And depending on the media as well, for example, for For markers, you do need them, especially for alcohol markers. Well, but water-based markers I don't swatch, but I do swatch alcohol markers because you do need to know what colors you are blending, so they would actually blend, and you can't tell from the cap anything in many cases. Chris, it's the editing of the videos that gets to me. I like doing the video part, but when it comes to editing, I just dread it. Yeah. Editing, if you like really want to make them neat and very professional, I don't think people realize how long it can take. That's one thing. I don't really dread it. I come from the background. I worked in television for a very long time. Long enough. And, you know, very, very used to video editing. But it's not even about the... For example, for me, in a way, OBS, which is the software I'm using at the moment for streaming, but it's also good for recording. And essentially, you can pretty much set your zoom levels and use them as kind of a different cameras. You control things from there. I have my mouse next to me, and I can change it. Let's say here, you know, I want it a bit bigger. I can do it bigger like this, you know, in OBS. So that's handy. And this also kind of cuts down a little bit on editing. But yeah, editing takes a long time, or can take. It depends, you know, how into it you go. You can do just very basic, you know, stick the intro at the front and stick the outro at the back, and maybe, you know, cut out some major stumbles. But usually for the bigger stumbles, you have stopped the recording anyway. So essentially, you just stick the bits of video together. You put the intro at the front, and that's it. You know, that can be like super simplified as well. So I have done that occasionally if I just don't have time to go. It's either no video or fairly, you know, minimally edited video. So I have published something. Oh, Happy Catastrophe. Yes. She is fantastic. And also, she's very good. She's so relaxing to listen to and kind of lifts your spirits so much. Then there's Coloring Chemist, who is fantastic. If you know, she also has like this kind of a technical brain. So she tends to go, if she gets into some sort of art material, she tends to approach them in a very organized, technical manner. So her reviews and, you know, if she tests things out, you get some really interesting information there, and the way she arranges things and discovers, you know, things. So I think her channel is definitely worth watching. And I like her coloring style as well. She likes that super muted style, and she is more into, like, some of us are more into coloring people, and some of us like more of a scene or pattern coloring. She is more into patterns and maybe scenes. The way, like, coloring with Maya, she also doesn't really enjoy coloring people much. She prefers like landscapes and maybe scenes. She colors people if they are part of the scene. She doesn't really like coloring like a pure portrait much, which I totally understand. You know, everybody has their own preferences. I like both, but I do like, even if I do scenes, I do like some life and people in the scenes often, you know. So in a way, like opposite preferences. Let's dissolve these bits here just to make a bit of a texture. So essentially, I'm just scumbling over the bits I put down with slightly wet brush, and I'm creating this texture. Uh, okay, let me see. I got... Yeah, okay. So I think the word theory scares a lot of people. I came to art after working in the graphics and printing industry. So how colors mix and interact was just part of the job. It sounds hard though. Yeah, it's not that... Yeah, it sounds like it's like super science, but it's... No, in a way it is. But it really is. Once you get the basics down, everything else almost becomes intuitive. Then I am different type of visual learner where I need illustrated, written, step-by-step tutorials along with having 3 to 4 different examples of how to color different techniques. Okay, yeah. Different objects like gold and silver, for example. All right. The amount of time it takes to build those color combos. You could watch a video about color theory, each to their own, of course. But brute forcing it takes just as much time and effort. Speaking of printing, I'll have a gel plate. You'll have a blast. Oh, I really hope so. It sounds like something I would enjoy, you know, something really freeing. Brittany, I swatch a lot of my art supplies to make sure I haven't gotten a bad art supplies. Yes, because if you're going to have disappointment, then you're better off being in a time frame that you can actually send them back. Editing is a pain, says Adre. It takes a long time. I don't like that part. Yeah, I get it. I just try to stumble, not too much. It's not to edit too much. I find it's easier that even if you don't, even if you do stumble, if you really feel that this one I'm going to cut out, then stop the recording, make a stop at that point. And it's actually easier that way because then, you know, you can just put all those files together much easier and faster at the end than trying to find that stumbling spot and then, you know, go back and cut it out, because it takes then much more time to actually watch through the whole material to find that spot. I don't know if I'm explaining it right, but basically I just, you know, if I know, oh, that didn't go well, then I just stop and then go back. And then once it's done, I have clips to put together and just clean up the kind of just places, the endings of the clips that I did stumble in, and then just go with a different clip, next clip. And it's much faster and much easier that way. Okay. Priyasha, I cannot even imagine the continued motivation behind all the work YouTubers put in, editing and all. But I'm just thankful. Oh, you were. Yeah, it is nice though that somebody acknowledges and understands that there is work involved. There was at some stage a bit of a hullabaloo about, you know, some YouTubers having memberships and, you know, that it should be just a hobby. And yes, it is. And I do enjoy it and it's all fine. But I also don't mind if people do, you know, offer the membership options with a different content or, you know, more of a content, because there is a lot of work involved and a lot of time that people put into it. And yeah, I'm not saying that I would always, you know, buy the memberships, because often I wouldn't be, there's too many of them. I just, you know, who do I choose, you know? And money-wise also, you can't always afford that. But I definitely do not grudge anybody having a membership on the channel. People put a lot of work and a lot of heart into making the videos and the content. So why not? No? And nobody forces people to buy the memberships. That's the main thing to me as well, that, you know, if you don't want to, you know, don't like buying memberships or whatever, then just don't. Yes, Connie, coloring chemist. Yes, she is fantastic. And she's really fun and funny as well, you know. Really enjoy her stuff. Yeah, the more I think and the more you call out names, I was like, yes, I like that. Creator as well, yes, I like that. But if somebody tells you to name them right away, then suddenly your head is empty and you can't, name anybody. Which is like usually how it works with me. Black Anary's videos are almost like wishful thinking type of videos because, she's so good at what she does and how she does it that you watch it and it seems like, yeah, sure, I could do that. But at the same time, that no, even if I went and tried to do exactly the same thing, I would not get exactly the same results because she just has skills with the capital S. Motivation. Adri, I do that. I stop and then I know when I made a mistake. That is helpful. Yes. Yes. I know you need to have a motivation. I don't work, so it keeps me busy. Yeah, my problem is that I do work, so I have very limited time. Like often I have to kind of choose if either I make a video or I actually color something. Because, time-wise, I can't do both. Okay, I need to mix that a little bit because I want to just that color now. I want to kind of just use a bright color now at the edges of these more darker natural colors. Just a little bit here to the edges as I'm getting closer to that slight glow area of the basket. So I took this brighter color here. This is quite a natural color, which is what I want here, but it still gives me a bit of a texture as I'm going closer there. Okay. So I'm going in with a texture with now that toxic green. Here. So we now have the glow. Mix it up a little bit. Just trying to kind of dab it here nearer. Yeah. Okay. And now I'm taking that really, really bright green, like the one that I initially used as a base. Let's find a spot that I don't contaminate it much, and I'm taking it pretty much full strength. And I'm going the edges like this just to kind of soften. I try not to go into the very dark area or darker area with that at all, because that would just contaminate it. I'm kind of slightly softening it so there would be slightly a bit of a glow effect. And then at the very end, when everything is super dry and all the other effects and, kind of textures are down, I might put a little bit of a white little swirls or something. Like a bit of a, I don't know if I'm going to actually be able to do it, but I would like to put some kind of a bit of a magic around that basket. Oh, Nico Simi, yes. She's also kind of a very, her works are super dramatic and really cool, and she goes in with loads of water and loads of paint, and, we work differently, but in a way slightly similarly. I like a slightly more realistic palette than she does in her works, but at the same time, the approach is very, very similar, which is kind of funny to think of, you know? Just, you know, go in and go for it. Yeah, because our results are quite different, but the philosophy behind them is kind of on the same lines, at least. Okay, now I'm just kind of softening these lines here, so the transition into the glow area would be a little bit less harsh. Does it look like it glows now? Okay, does it? It's a bit wet now, so you can't really see, but I think it might, you know, once I make that basket darker as well, it'll be all right. Cindy, I just joined Elena's subscription because I like to go to sleep to videos. She makes nice long videos. Elena? Who's Elena? Did I miss somebody? Who is Elena? Charlotte, you never get to see all the failures really good artists have. It takes practice. Of course it does. And there's always that kind of this, you know, scary, ugly phase. It helps that you don't work. One video is out one day of work for me. Yeah, the filming is the easy part. Exactly. So, yeah, even if I would like to, you know, occasionally maybe make more content here and there, I just don't have time for it, sadly. Okay, now I took this kind of a bluish green. I don't know, I'm going to test it because I feel like it's going, at the moment, it's very one-toned, you know, kind of not enough contrast for me in some areas. So I'm putting that in some areas. I'm taking it full strength. I'm testing it out like at the moment. Essentially teal, dark teal. Now, let's see how it's going to work for me. I'm taking it like really strong. Okay. And now I'm going to begin with a damp brush once again, and I'm going to slightly soften the edges here to see how it looks like. I might not put it everywhere, but I might put it in some areas just to kind of make it a bit more interesting looking and have a bit more contrast. There we go. Hi, Millie. Back from D&D. Figured to see that its stream was still up. Yes, it is. Nico Simi is also mixed media. Yes. Yes, it looks like it's glowing. Yana, hi Yana, how are you? Just got kiddos to bed after our birthday dinner out. Ah. Coloring with Alina. Okay. Yes, yes. I think there was a period where I watched essentially everything the channel, almost like there was one period like I really liked how she colors. Her videos are on the longer side, and sadly one of the things that I kind of miss that she doesn't really say much during her videos. She essentially, you know, has them on quiet, and I prefer to either have, you know, somebody explaining things to me or then be totally quiet, but she has some music, and I like to have my videos in a slight speed up, like otherwise I wouldn't be able to see many videos at all. I need to speed up things a bit, so I can't really do that with the music. But you know, you can of course turn down the sound. Yeah. But I really like how she colors. She has such an eye for color. and also kind of like interesting color variations, and she has very specific style of blending. She often puts down the midtones first, and she doesn't really do much layering. She does essentially kind of blending. But she puts down the midtones. She establishes often the midtones first, and then goes in with darkest, and then goes in with highlights. And it's kind of cool to watch how she does it. I worked like that myself as well. It's fun way to work. Not always, but it is fun way to work. See, I'm putting a little bit extra dark there. It is a birthday! Happy birthday, Jana! We must have cake and ice cream for breakfast. Oh, that is a nice birthday. Tomorrow is Mother's Day, isn't it? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Guess who's not cooking tomorrow? Ah. I'm gonna make them to either get something. Maybe we'll get a takeaway. Just putting some of that really dark teal here. And by the virtue of being cooler, not even that much darker than the green we used, but it's cooler, and therefore it gives more shadow effect. So I'm just putting it down as extra shadow there. So I felt that it was a bit anemic, the shadow here, that it needs to be a bit stronger, at least in parts. So it's easy enough to fix. Ah, I didn't have enough water on my brush. I have been Elena is fantastic. I was so, like, it was awful when the war in Ukraine started, and oh, I was so worried about her. And then I tried to kind of just have her channel. Occasionally, what I still do sometimes now is just, even if I don't have time to watch it, but I will just let her video to run in a background or in a different tab when I'm working, because that's one of the few ways that you can really financially even kind of support colorists in tricky, almost war zone areas, essentially. Adri, does Lucy puts color on? I don't think she does. She's been disappearing. It's been gone for a while. Cindy, apart from you, Maya, and Jackie, I watch all videos either 1.25 or 1.5 speed. Yes. Thank you for making an exception. Although I don't mind if you watched me on 1.5 speed. I think my brain has now gotten to the stage that I consume most of the media at 1.5 speed. Will you stop, Shen? Oh, sorry, my dog dropped her blanket. You are such a princess. Yeah. There. Blanket is on you. Happy now? She lets you know if something is wrong. Okay. So I'm working very gently here because there's already quite thick paint underneath. So I don't want to mess it up too much. So I put the paint on top, and then I'm going to go with slightly damp brush here on top, and I dab. I don't rub, I like dab. Like this. Ayana, I finished my first page in the new Hannah book. I love this book so much. I think it may be her best one yet. Polly's are fabulous in it, at least in my opinion. Oof, I saw the flip throughs of that book. And it's, yeah, I have to say, Yana, I kind of agree with you. I really like the art in that one. Almost the best of all her previous books. it has a beautiful vibe to it. It really suits her style. And the portraits were really cool looking as well. It's like, oh, I want to do something on it, but okay. I might cave, but well, yeah, I kind of have. I'd love to play in that book. Okay, so that's now done. The bottom of it, that darkened it a fair bit. I get this effect that this is underneath something. And I might drop some of it a little bit, not everywhere, but on some of these kind of branches here. I'm not making sure that it's nice and strong when I'm going in. It wasn't strong enough. If it's watery, then it's just going to push away the paint underneath. Oh, Zucchini Kitty! Yes, she hasn't done anything for a long while though. Her pages are awesome. She has such an eye for very subdued vintage palette. Yeah, her work was fantastic. But I think she had problems with her hands for quite a long time. She was struggling coloring, and I don't think she's done any videos now lately at all. But her old material is still up there and very much recommended watching. She's one of the other kind of YouTubers that when I was still only watching YouTube and not doing YouTubing myself, I think during some period I pretty much watched most of her content because I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I think it's mostly health issues with her. Okay, now I want to put some... because I made everything pretty much very similar tone. So now I need to make some light color. So we take a bit of white here and we go into this corner here. We need pretty strong white. And we take some, mixing in some, okay, I went to brown again. Okay, I need to pick some, maybe that color to mix into white. And I want the paint here pretty darn gloopy. Needs to be pretty opaque. But I want it very, kind of a clearly green. And we can test it on the page soon enough. Okay, I think that should be it. Maybe add a tiny bit of water in it so it would be slightly looser. Okay, and now, yeah, it needs a bit more white and possibly yellow as well. Needs to be lighter. Okay, and maybe some yellow because it was kind of blending in too much. So let me see if I can get some... which yellow will I take? I'll take that darker yellow. So it would be warmer. Let's see. So in the darkest areas, I'm going to go and create random leaf shapes. Some bigger, and try not to have them in going all the same direction. So if they're leaf shapes, then kind of vary the direction of them a bit. And in the lighter areas, I'm going to go in and make darker leaves. So I might want to put even more white into it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's better. Here and there. Different shapes, some smaller, some bigger. Okay. I watched The Faithful, yes. Zucchini Kitty is fantastic. You know, people's lives, after all, take priority, so I understand if she had to. You know, if the hobby isn't hobby anymore, or bring any joy if it literally hurts you. So. There we go. But other than art videos, I tend to watch a lot of history stuff and sometimes literature, kind of a reading stuff also. Because I do like to read. Nowadays, I read a lot kind of in audio format. Because coloring as a hobby, it kind of takes your full concentration. You can't really read at the same time, as you might imagine. So I just find it really nice to put on audiobook when I'm doing my coloring. It's really relaxing. So I need to make sure that I keep putting them onto kind of the lightest area. Sorry, the darkest area, these ones. That I don't try to put them into the area that are essentially the same color as everything else around them. Might even want to put more white into them. And this paint is now, you know, quite thick, but it still needs to be wet enough, like, you know, this consistency to actually drop off your brush. And here I'm, for example, I want to bring up, let's say, some sort of a plant, maybe. So that's in behind there, just to have a bit of a variety there. Yeah, just the little touches here and there. And with putting those kind of textures and leaves in, and I will probably put some blossoms in there as well, it becomes more of a background than this dominating texture behind her. I do try to kind of change that direction, but sometimes you forget to kind of turn your brush, and because it looks better if you keep varying the direction of those little ovals. Hobbies are only allowed to hurt wallets, nothing else. Exactly, Priyasha. Wise words. But boy, do they hurt the wallets, though. Okay. And bringing it out from there and putting that one this way, so it wouldn't be identical direction-wise. And some of them are, you know, like circles, some of them are ovals. slightly irregular shapes, that works better. Okay, and here, and here. Just have them everywhere, you know, kind of push the, no, and here maybe this way, and one going that way, like this. Now, okay, I think that one is, the light ones are mostly, I think I might go like, or almost white as well. Just some, not too many, but like almost white. Maybe pull a tiny bit of green into it, but it's almost white. Just, you know, have some color variations within that as well. So they wouldn't all be the same tone, the same exact value. Those lighter dots, so they would vary as well. So that makes already look better and more interesting. Okay, so let me see. Okay, when I first started coloring, Pamela's Passion for Pencils was one of the first channels I found. Okay, she doesn't do videos anymore either. Yes, she was great. Well, still is, but Jana, I am having awful buffering and stalling and audio issues tonight. I hate my internet. I'm sorry, Jana. It's not like I live in the Himalayas. I live in a city of nearly 2 million. Wow. Then it is annoying to have internet issues, because it certainly shouldn't be a problem. Like, I'm in rural Ireland and our internet is pretty decent. It should be possible to get you a decent one where you live, honestly. There you go, the lighter ones as well. It kind of lifts things almost immediately when you start putting those deliberate textures and little leaves in. And we're not going for photorealism here, so obviously. So they don't, you know, need to look like perfect little leaves. They are impressions of leaves here and there. But I think they do their job pretty well. Now the white ones are down. And now I need to get some extra dark ones as well, so it wouldn't be just highlights. And then we can do some colorful little, you know, dots as well, like little blossom type of things. And then we might probably finish tonight as well, because it's getting quite late. My copy of Jana's. Oh, cool! You're getting Jana's. You're getting Hannah's book. That is so cool. Illustrations seem a bit more sophisticated is the right word, actually, Jana. Yeah, you have two Janas. And I'm talking to this both at the same time, and that's actually hilarious. Yes, Adria, I go back to her videos every so often as well. Yeah. Brittany, I would support adults colorists like Pamela's Passion for Pencils and Coloring Bliss if they would include some illustrated written step-by-step guides to how to fill the worksheets. Okay. Okay. I may be too scared to color in it. Loving the texture that's being created. Yeah. It'll be 4 years before my area can get fiber optic. All the old copper lines are deteriorating and they are not replacing them. Just hooking you into another line. What? 80 photos? Oh my God. Chris, I forgot to tell you that I did order liquid paper stretch. Okay. Whatever it's called from AliExpress, because you told me that you got yours okay from them. Yeah, I got mine okay from them also. It's a big paper sizing. It's called paper sizing. It's a mix of alum and glue, essentially. And it makes your paper more water resistant. Okay, so now I need dark. And I need dark in pretty kind of a strong gloopy consistency. So I am going to create here maybe an area, and I'm going to actually mix some of the teal into it as well to kind of make it extra dark. Okay. All right. And I need this kind of a gloopy. And I pulled some of the kind of a brown next to it into it as well, to mute it slightly, so it wouldn't be so kind of a harsh teal. Oh, hi, Danny. Only 3.5 hours late. Sorry. This is once again the cough that I don't have. So thank you. Oh yeah, okay, the paper sizing. I have messed up my background twice now. Here I go again with a different acrylic marker color. Go, Adri, go! The page is looking gorgeous. Oh, thank you. So let's put now these, once again, the same logic as the light ones. Keep varying the shapes and the sizes and also the directions. But put these into the more light areas. And they will make also a difference. So I'm dipping slightly the tip of my brush into the water, took more paint, because the paint needs to be pretty like thick but loose on your brush. Okay. And some of them are tiny and some of them are bigger, you know, like leaves. The dark ones, I do like to put some in, but not to over. Like I usually put less of these in than I do the light ones. Okay, and here as well some different direction, different size. Okay. I said I'm not putting too many of these in, but I will put some. Picking up more paint here at the top. Here. And here. I think it's getting pretty much to the, yeah, I'm not like overdoing can, you know, just make it look too messy as well. So I'm kind of leaving the leaves pretty much there. Now I need to put in some color. Cindy, I have my bottles coming from there too. I can't wait for them to arrive. That's the great thing about acrylic. I can relate for sure. Your impressions of leaves look great. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I might tag you, Annika, on this page because I've been on your live the whole time while working. Yes, please do. Please do. That actually is awesome. It's a great idea. Please, 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 please do. That would be fun. Okay, let's make some little blossoms there as well, just to kind of lift things a bit, and then we might leave it at that. So what color are we going to go? Well, pink goes well with green, as we all know. There we go. Pink, green. Complementaries. What is it? That's really weird. I swear to you, I did not have a cough. And I've lost my water. Oh, here it is. Okay, I had a drink. I do tend to get like, like I need to drink. I get really dry mouth when I'm talking. Okay, so let's find something. Okay, we might go for this kind of a like opera pink here, but with a mix of a lot of black, not black, a lot of white. Let's see how it's going to work out for us. So let's mix it. So I need to moisten it a bit. This one is more dry here. I haven't put constant water onto it, so I need to work it before I get enough color out. Yeah, this is going to be like toxic pink. But hey, I'll probably will put a little bit of darker red onto the edges as well, but I don't know. Oh, Chris, you have to stop smoking. Oh. Now, here we go. Making a bit of a like flower shape from little dots, and I'm letting it to dry, and then I'm going to pop a yellow center there. But at the moment, I actually would need to have it a bit thicker consistency, so I need to give it more white and also a bit more of the opera pink, because otherwise it's a bit too light. Yeah, that's a bit better, I think. So little like 5 or 6 little dots essentially, and just leave it. And since it seems to be like pretty much one bush behind her, I'm keeping the little blossom essentially the same color, but I do try to make a couple of them like, a couple of them just dots, because they're just, kind of a small little, a bit further away. And some of them I make bigger to bring them more forward, so they wouldn't all be uniform. Like here might have just a couple of dots, or there's something, small there, but some of them I'm making pretty big. Like that here at the front. And then eventually I'm going to drop yellow in the middle of them, but I will wait until they are dry before I do that. And then making the really tiny one here. I just think they look better if you don't make them all the same size. Because they wouldn't be on the bush or any flower, like the perspective alone, not just that they vary in size in nature as well, but the perspective alone would create different sizes. Some are a bit further away, some might be facing a different direction, like I might make one flower that is just like this here, because maybe it's sideways, it's not facing you. Here, just one dot. And this is just add a little bit of interest. And I try not to overdo with these ones as well. Just have enough of them. Not, the whole bush covered with them. That pink is popping. Yeah, that's because I chose really poppy pink. It's essentially almost neon. It's opera pink. And to make it pop, you need to mix it with white, because if you just put pure version of, let me show you. If you put pure version, it looks more neon on screen than it is in real life, but you know, okay. If you put pure version of that, even with a very thick consistency there, because it doesn't have much white in it, it would very much, you know, be slightly more transparent and, you know, kind of blend. Won't stand out as well. So for it to pop nicely, you need to mix it with some white. Which is why I was struggling there, you know, to get the to get it strong enough so it would still look pink, but it would have a strong white content. So I'm making a flower, but some of them I leave it as little dots. I ordered a few of these paintbrushes you're using, and I really like them. Yeah, they're great. They're like surprising thing, because they're not fancy, they're not expensive, and you know, Maya has to be credited. She kind of discovered them, and she's been using them for ages. And I never really thought about getting them, but then I was doing that order from Amazon Japan. I suddenly remembered about them. I was like, oh, I might look. You know, do they have them there? And there are pennies that they're so cheap on Amazon Japan. So I just picked them up purely like they're so cheap. Might as well throw them into my basket. I really like them as well. Very, very happy that I got them. And I now got the spares. So I have now next one's ready to go once I go through. But one thing about if you're using gouache or acrylic paint, gouache less, but still they do, they're hard on brushes. Much harder than watercolor would be. Like watercolor brushes can, you know, if you treat them well, they can keep going for years. Acrylic and to some extent gouache as well will eat through your brush. You know, it kind of gets frayed eventually, and even if you take good care of it, they do tend to eventually kind of give up the ghost on you. So that's normal. That's not something, you know, even if you wash them properly and store them properly and everything, even then there's only so much you can do. Okay, and I'm dropping one there. And I think that's enough of the flowers. But I put a little bit of darkness the edges of these flowers as well, so they wouldn't be so flat pink. I'll try with one and then decide for myself, because there's kind of a nice magenta-ish color here that would go pretty well with them. So I'm picking some up, and let's see if I'm going to like it. I need to just drop it in very... Doesn't really add anything, to be honest. No, I'm not going to do that. That's good to know. Thank you. I'm just getting into gouache and watercolor. Yeah. Yeah, it will happen. So don't use your never, ever, ever, ever. If you have any watercolor brushes that you like, nice soft brushes, don't get them anywhere near acrylics or even gouache, because both are heavier paints and both are going to damage really soft bristles. So yeah, just, you know, word of warning. Okay, so let's take the Naples yellow, which is already by its nature pretty thick, pretty they're just by the pigment of it, it's going to be more opaque. But there's also a good bit of white in there, you can see. I might slightly brighten it. Actually, I might just take white because I can't get it loose enough here at the moment. I'm taking some white, nice gloopy white, and I'm going into some brighter yellow and just making, yeah, that's a nice, maybe even a bit darker but it needs to have a good bit of white so it has the opaqueness that I need here. Okay, and now I have it on my brush. These are the brushes you say for me, exactly. And now I'm just going to drop a little gently. Okay, this one was too wet. Little yellow. Drop, not in the centers of the ones that are kind of sideways. Leave those alone, but if it's, you know, kind of a clear, you know, petals and the flower and it's facing towards me, I'm going to put that little yellow dot in the middle. And it kind of finishes off the flower. And they are, you know, those flowers are far away. We're not going into big details in them. Just impression of flower. Yeah. And I need to fix you here a little bit. Yeah. No, that's better. And I think I am going to now need to let the background, you know, those flowers, because I dropped them in a fairly thick consistency, they need now some time to dry. So I'd rather not put my hands onto it. I could do something here at the bottom, but it's past 2 o'clock, and I think I might have to eventually admit that even the likes of me need some sleep. Good idea, Solo. Oh yeah, the brushes. Yeah, one of my favorite brushes are really banged up old Kuretake short bristled. These ones. They're like, I like the short ones a lot. And once they get really tired and the tips get frayed, they are great for making textures and kind of a scumbling and kind of a doing dots and stuff like this, kind of watercolor textures that are super easy to make specifically for a short, fairly firm and slightly banged up brush. Thank you, Priyasha. Thank you. I enjoyed chatting you as well, especially our ferret talk and free Chris teams. We had really fun time here today. Even you need to sleep. Thank you, and thank you. I will definitely try to have a good Mother's Day. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Solo. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you got some coloring done. If you put it on Instagram, just, you know, tag me as well. I would love to see. Free me. Yeah, it was great. See you next time, okay? Next Saturday. Hopefully, you know, like everything going well and life treating us decently. Let's meet next Saturday. And thank you so much for joining me. It's such a joy to have those Saturday evenings with you, all right? So stay well and stay healthy. And have loads of coloring time, I hope, and kind of any creative time, not just coloring, anything you enjoy. I hope you have loads of time to do it. Okay? Okay. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, baby boy. Thank you. Bye.